Okay, so I'm here and I am looking at things. We're gonna turn on the LG monitor here. And so the title of the broadcast, we're talking about DEI, and if you look at the description, I included a statement about employers should have less bargaining rights than they do. And far less bargaining rights than they do. Because it is an unapproachable prospect for a lot of people to find an in way into this network. So it's very inefficient. This is kind of a bureaucratic issue that needs to be tackled. And it does not appear to be getting any better, and it appears to be getting worse and worse, right? And that's by design for a lot of people. For some people, it goes well, and for other people, it does not. So diversity, equity, and inclusion, idealistically, obviously, you want to mobilize all of your human capital, and you want your human capital to have the best conditions for maximum GDP or gross domestic happiness. But what this actually becomes is kind of a competitional advantage, right? So the preference of somebody who is considered diverse, right? So the preference of diversity over that of what is is perceived as normalcy or, status quo or just like the existing population, right? So it's anything that is not the existing population. Just bluntly placed, that's what diversity is it's adding people who are unlike those of the who exist presently, right? Or historically, right? You're adding groups of people who do not fit into what's there. So it gets to the point where the group that you've marginalized through this, and we have our chat rate of 1 that does not appear. You see, we have nothing in this. I don't know why that is. There's our message of XYZ, but nobody else sent anything, even though it said chat rate of 1. Now, does it even say chat rate of 2? Should I trust OBS or uh yeah, all right, cool. Moving on. Yeah, it doesn't actually even manifest in real like inclusion. It creates a blind pursuit, and whenever you put in applications, you get the form which the government mandates, which asks you like 6 or 7 different questions, right? Everybody's heard this story if they've gone through the whole racket, right? And it should be irrelevant, like but and to pretend as if the employer doesn't have the capacity to see that form is a joke. And it's almost like doing taxes. They like are trying to, it's just ridiculous. Yeah, I don't know. Employers should have much less bargaining power than they do. So my kind of stance is that, for one, I think that the best idea would be to have general company specific applications without job specific applications. So general applications for companies without job specific applications. I know that that's not ideal for a lot of roles and stuff like this, but for a bunch of candidates, that is the best way to approach handling their human talent. Like that would lead to better results, and I think it would become more and more applicable as time goes on. But people don't seem to actually really cooperate. It's all guys. So if you see somebody speaking on like CNBC or something like this, or, so Sam Altman, and it's all like positive human stuff, you have to remember these are like people that are just putting money into a bag. They're going to run off with it. And there's really nothing else that anybody ever does. So, like, people that are honest about like what they're trying to do, such as myself, with trying to create a homestead and just kind of live this one type of way is pretty self-explanatory at this point. I think I've said it a million times. If you're in this feed somehow, then you're probably a terrorist that works with a government. This is how I would look at you. Like with nobody here, you assume the worst especially when is literally nobody shows up, because you know that they keep tabs on everybody, like just de facto. Especially when you upload to YouTube, they have moderation, but they do. The future is obviously a combination of like machine stalking basically, and humans kind of walk back. So you have a post, you have a AFK bot that like looks over. That's what this screenshotting tool going into Microsoft is about. But they've always had Loom already. It's kind of the joke, I think, is already that way. So like that's the unspoken thing that people are not realizing, is it's just another thing on top of a lot of other stuff. So anyways, we don't really get real diversity, equity, and inclusion from this. It's fake, because it creates a preference for people who are not whatever the. So when we get to the point where, as a lot of people talk about, white people become the minority in the United States, a lot of people talk about that, right? Because there's even people who've been guilty of being liberal. There are liberals who have. That one guy who is, I don't know who he was, he had like a chart like tracking the birth rates of like white people versus others, and he was like writing it down on his desk and like marking it off, and he's like giddy with glee. He's one of these people. It's crazy that they exist like that. And it's like, okay, all right, so they have this cult of killing, or like, and like out out populating white people basically, right? Just bluntly speaking. And it's not every person. It's like a very, it's a certain group of people, but they're actually pretty sizable because it's a populist movement. I mean, think about it. So it's racism too, like legitimately. And there's all sorts of garbage that goes on as a result of this like collapse of, for better or worse, of what was, right, as far as our composition, right? And yeah, so now it gets to the point where you can't interview directly for jobs, and then the only questions you seem to get asked are in regards to your race, your sexual orientation, and your veteran status. Like everything seems to be like stalkers do human talent. Like you look at how intelligence agencies are framed as acting, and then consider how everything is in the modern context. But yeah, our headcanons are ideological constructs about diversity, equity, and inclusion. Like, why is it supposed to be an ideal to like have favoritism for somebody who is not? It's like diversity, equity, and inclusion says that, would basically use somebody like me as like a marker as how like good everybody else's life should be. And then you would also simultaneously tell me that I need to like not pursue any more than I already have because I have it so good. You know what I mean? And at that point, you're just like, well, fuck you. So it's like everybody else is just going to advance to my status as I like don't advance at all in the relation because, everybody else needs to catch up. You know what I mean? Like, that's such a horrible mentality, and that's kind of what actually exists. And I don't know what goes on in hiring departments and with all this garbage, but yeah, you go and you apply. I think it should be basically such that they have no, it should be, what can you reasonably object to hiring this person? Like, how could you even, like, you have to have such a high barrier. So there has to be such a reason that you could not hire this person if you are involved in fractional reserve banking. You know what I mean? Especially, like, who are you to reject an employment candidate whenever you generate money from having money at such a rate that doesn't even exist, that you're spending money to employ this person? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't even rounding error. Like, I know you don't make money by spending money, but like at the same time, when this is like the bank that advertises on every commercial break and like has stadiums named, like you got the money to like create garbage bureaucratic nonsense to kind of like cycle back into the corporations. All the money is essentially collected like rainwater. Like it filters down. It's ultimately still their money. You're just handing it back to them. So it's really dumb to me that anybody can like put in applications and not get responses. Like, you should imagine if you walked in to a business and then handed them like a sheet of paper and then they were like, "Okay, we'll contact you." And then they just kind of like never did. And that's just like how that's considered like the normal status quo. So like they went from doing that to people as a way of ghosting people, and then the internet allowed them to add another layer where they don't even like you don't even have the option of like making a good impression, right? Or like talking to a real human. You have like an opportunity in that. And now, if you walked in and tried to do that, it would like count against you. It'd be like, "Oh, so sorry, sir, but yeah, we only take online applications. Oh yeah, we'll put that right here in the trash. Thank you. Yeah." It's unfortunate that's how it goes. So real diversity, equity, and inclusion, in my opinion, is basically like you can't really not give somebody a job. It's like if you are a Fortune 500 company and you're making money at such a scale that you're employing so many people with such crazy backgrounds as it is, like you get to a point where yeah, like if somebody shows up and says that they're like applying for a job, you basically have like no option but to interview them. And the concept that you're really like associating with any of your employees at that scale of a business, like, oh, but like we don't want to risk being associated with people who will, they always attack people in their jobs, right? These days. And it's like that has like absolutely fucking nothing to do with the business. Everybody can comprehend that, I think. Like I think it's a weak attack mechanism that just keeps on going around. And then also a lot of times who the fuck cares? Like I don't know, man. Yeah, when you have a bunch of money and things are going well for you, it's pretty fucking stupid to be uh a douchebag. But whenever, you're like sitting around dying and like trying to put in money, trying to put in applications to get money and getting discriminated against like a black person in the fuck, it's like I'm Irish in the 20s. Uh, it's like, yeah. Uh, the equality is not discriminating against white people the way that black people were supposedly discriminated against. And I would say supposedly because I just don't know. It's like every individual's basis is different. I hate to speak in absolutes. There are obviously a lot of people who are discriminated against at a lot of points for a lot of different reasons. And the one that nobody really likes to admit to is white people. Like, what the fuck, bro? And especially with the government we have in this country right here. It's a terrible place to live because they're stalking everybody and doing all sorts of dumb shit. Yeah, funny as hell. I don't care. I hate people like this. Like, you see this shit? Why your timber is not worth much. Worthless. Like, go fuck yourself.
Principles for success. An ultra.
Why your YouTube channel isn't worth anything. Go burn in hell, you know what I mean? Like, people always trying to tell you what your shit is worth. I hate those kind of people. He's the same kind of person that would be like, my new timber is worth millions of dollars. That's his other YouTube channel, you know. Epic new timber backyard. Yeah, here's a huge plot of land somewhere where you can't afford. Like, what a stupid fucking country. Botswana, how to make a country rich from scratch. Just roll over for the colonialists. That is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. It's repulsive, like absolutely fucking disgusting, dude. Let God handle it. Like, what a disgusting animal. You actually fucking say some stupid shit like that, you're a fucking idiot. The dumbest shit I've ever seen, dude. This is retarded. Like, what a fucking joke. Why the fuck would this be in my feed? This is so dumb. It's like, is somebody. Do you think I'm an Indian? Do you think that I am a Pajit? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why the fuck would this be in my feed? This is so stupid. What a stupid fucking thing to put in my feed. Yeah, when you don't have money, this is about how you feel after quite a long enough time.
I was
But at the same time, like, she, you know, I don't know what the hell her story is. I don't really care. But she was probably getting paid the entire time. You know what I mean? It's like, she's a woman, so she never had a single moment in her life where there wasn't somebody who was like there, like supporting her ultimately. She just kind of acts like it wasn't really the case, right? But like, no, like actually they do. Whenever you're a man, whenever you're a male, people behave completely differently towards you, right? There's like no line to what somebody can say or do to you, or what can be, you know, you can expect anything of them. And at no point will anybody like try to like cut you a break or work with you.
and a fair shot. They're expanding opportunity to a
It's just bullshit. It's fucking stupid. And then we get to a point where we don't focus on talent whatsoever.
So it's the early 1990s. And you all may remember, how many of you remember?
And she needs a job, and she found out that she can put on this suit and go around and just be like, I don't think you got my snap on camera, but, you know, just go around and like finger knife people. She's doing the hand thing. Just look at this.
Of this fragile and very fragile democracy. Work News show, someone whose show I am privileged to have been on, someone I can tell you is a lovely human being who cares about democracy, and here, chairman of the Congressional Hispanic Leadership Institute and a Republican. Trans woman. We will quote here, because I feel it too, are the things that
It's like a weird witch. You know, she's like, these people, they're just like so worked up about things they don't even like they lost the plot completely, you know what I mean? So they don't aim towards like a productive end. Right. To them, like, she sits around and like
Injustice any
reads books and like watches propaganda and stuff and like goes and eats meals and like, you know, she has some background in academics or some nonsense, you know what I mean? Yeah, like all well and good, I suppose, but like at the same time, like just being realistic, like I said, there's no real like productive end. They're not like, she's not like, and then I want to like grow a bunch of crops and like sell them and or like raise, I don't like, there's no like lifestyle, like that is it, that's the end. The goal is to be constantly interpreting everything through race and like talking about race and being completely consumed by this topic, never to be resolved, you know what I mean? There's no like, and then, you know what I mean, and then like the race topic is just like done, and then you're doing something else and we're like past, it just stays entirely about race, and that's the problem. Remains solely in this identitarian aspect whenever like the actual actions of that identity don't really have productive ends, right? Like the difference between living as like a homesteader, that's like, okay, well, the finality in that is like you're going to have seasons that come and go. You raise different batches of crops and animals, you know, you grow and age, and then, you know, you just go through the cycles, right? Like there's not much to it. Self-explanatory. Whenever you're talking about like, oh, I'm going to move to a big city and then work in diversity and equity in a corporate boardroom or something like that and make a ton of money, and then eventually we'll have completed equality, and then my work will be done. Looks like that's not a thing, because you're fighting ghosts. You're fighting against like existential concepts, and like it doesn't. There's no real such thing as equality, right? But as long as you're making a ton of money, and a lot of companies made decisions in like the 90s that they were going to support people like this and paid them millions of dollars so that they could start families and do whatever they wanted with their money, and they wouldn't be able to complain about anything. But then it comes to me here sitting in like the modern era, and like the change is that now it's like, if you're not somebody who's like a leak code genius that knows everything, like, you know, backwards and forwards with every single algorithm, and has a established like history in doing things, they don't really want to hire, you know, young people like myself. If I were black and I had around the same coding skills, I hate to say it, I feel like I would get a different treatment. It's like you get treated differently based on who you are. It's just a fact. And most black people in this environment over the last like 10 years, ever since Obama came into office, really, like once he really established himself, it's like in a lot of ways, it seems like it's benefited black people more than anybody else at any point to just be like the ethnicity they are. And H-1B1 visas too. Like I got on Blinder and looked at some stuff, and, you know, people are asking if companies are still doing like H-1B1 like cost coverage. There's like all sorts of things that these companies do. They have preferences for hiring H-1B1s because they cost less, and they have every opportunity to like, you know, hold their immigration status over them, right? So they expect to get more work out of them. It's not even necessarily true, but they can definitely like pay them less and hire more of them. And with remote work too, you know, and the way of technical work, it's kind of fucked up. So you're competing against all these different forces, and you know, the idea of diversity, equity, and inclusion necessitates labeling and an othering of these groups. And none of this is really relevant whenever it comes to producing a product for a company. You know, that's the ultimate joke of it all. Like, it really is not relevant. Like, work is more important. Placing people in certain places as an HR department, like, sure, okay, I get it. It is relevant in certain scenarios, but for the most part, we have an over obsession with these identitarian issues, and it destroys the hiring process. You should not have these forms be asked of you like every time you apply for a position, like internal to a company. It doesn't even save the form. Like Workday, they don't want to risk any sort of lawsuit or something like that. But then again, like why is the government collecting that information? Why is it legally required to collect that information? It's silly to me. And if if companies have hiring targets for certain diversity and equity metrics, but they don't use that information that you give to them voluntarily, how are they like targeting and achieving those metrics? If they don't discriminate in the employment process on the basis of race, like when they interview you, how are they achieving those target metrics for diversity and having, you know, a certain number? Right. So they dance around all these topics, and ultimately, like, you don't really know who's on the other side of your employment process, and you don't have any expectation of fairness. So I think that we should codify some fairness. You codify fairness in the way of being able to get digital exposure with when you post on social media. Like, there should be an expectation of fair transmission of message. It's like nobody should be disadvantaged or advantaged beyond what is reasonable. At a very minimum, it should be discoverable. For instance, on YouTube, I don't think there's a single way to discover the stream right now. There really isn't. There's just really no way. The algorithm is not going to serve me. I look at my videos, they get 0 impressions, like 1 to 2 to 0 impressions. And it's been like that. It doesn't matter what my content is like. It doesn't matter if I'm in a good mood or a bad mood, or if I'm, you know, saying good things or bad things or any of this other stuff. It's always like this. And that's what makes me angry. It's like, imagine sitting around trying to like reach people, and, you know, most Reddit forums, like, you go try to post your YouTube, even in like new YouTuber, I don't remember what the subreddit was, but you post I posted my channel, and then it got deleted, and it's like, actually, we don't allow new YouTubers to post in the new YouTuber place. You can't post your channel. It's like, what the fuck? What is the point of this website? They delete everything. They said that they had a free speech forum. They were lying. And then you just have to assume that anybody you meet on Reddit is going to be some sort of spook. Like, they're going to misrepresent themselves to you. Like, nothing good can come from that place. They went and IPO'd, and they have LLM people. They have people using LLMs on Reddit. I mean, that's just spooky. It's creepy. Why would you want to interact with that stuff? Anyways, on the topic of DEI, like I said, you have to be diversifying away from something. So, you know, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So, like there is an opposite to the effect of diversification, which is somehow a disruption of the normal. And the idea that other people should be disadvantaged so that other people can be advantaged is bad. Like in this context, like if you're like seriously, I mean, that's how I feel. I think that we've completely overshot. And of course, it's what Black History Month and Pride Month and all that again. Like they just do that. They take 2 months. There's always something attached to a month. There are some, there are memes out there that have got popular many, many years ago. It's like every month is something stupid as far as identitarian politics. You know what I mean? And it's all garbage. Like I want to focus on work and programming and things I want to do with my money. I don't want to watch other people spending money. Don't want to sit around and practice skills in isolation of any meaning. Cost of living crisis. These things are so stupid. I hate these thumbnails. Like this is a way of trying to normalize or downplay or try to like distract the narrative to this thing. Like the cost of living crisis is a fucking joke. Like it's a way of saying what is dying because you don't have money, and what how about why isn't the conversation on fractional reserve banking? For instance, like fucking cost of living. What a stupid way to frame it. You know what I mean? Has nothing to do with the cost of living. I mean, imagine a company that is allowed to lend out money to itself at like 0%. All the wacky jokes that banks play with fractional reserve banking, whatever it comes down to. And with the 0% reserve requirement now being in effect with the Federal Reserve, like they don't even have cash reserves required. They're allowed to do credit in various forms of holdings. So if they have equity in like property and other stuff like this, so banks are basically leveraging themselves without really any mandate of cash reserve. So who knows what their actual balance of books is. But they have millions of people on hire and people who really just don't do much. And I just don't think that they should be allowed to essentially not hire somebody because they don't even pay that much. I mean, think about how much a bank teller makes. They make a decent amount of money considering that they have a light workload, I suppose, in one frame of looking at things. But on the other side of it, like they're very heavily hard capped where they are. And it's extremely arbitrary because the bank makes virtually unlimited money from the perspective of a consumer, such as a bank teller. And even the phrase consumer itself is just so steeped in classism. What a dumb faggot. Shut the fuck up, you piece of shit. What a dumb faggot. Like, for real. This video will make you cry. Like, get shot in the fucking head, dude. So I hate all these people that are constantly trying to, like, talk you down. The idea that I would ever want to watch Piers Morgan either. What a fucking joke. Senior life insurance. Again, like they're advertising to the wrong people and it's disgusting. Like the idea that you want to buy you want to sell people health and life insurance is disgusting to me. I hate everything about the modern world. What a fucking awful company. Like these assholes are telling you that they don't have enough money, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, geez. Oh, we'd hire we just don't have enough money. Yeah, nah. Yeah, like yeah, they got shoebox apartments over there. Yeah, we don't have enough money on the books to sorry, kid. Looks like you're just gonna have to go crawl in the forever box. It's like $100 billion under management. Like not even $100 billion, like $100 billion per fucking break. Like $1 trillion. We're talking about like $1 trillion companies, in terms of what they manage, how much money they actually have. And then they like expect people to grovel for their minuscule salaries, right? And that's the part that's fucked. There's so much wealth out there, but then it's very difficult to get into the class of people that actually like have wealth. And these people are competing to be part of that class, and then they get these huge salaries. Like she's probably been making like hundreds of thousands of dollars since the 90s, right? But then she's still just like angry black woman, kind of. Like I'll see. There's always a new controversy to be upset about. But she could be using that money to be doing all sorts of things. It's not a small amount of money. It's not like a one-time check either. You know what I mean? That is an entire career's worth of money. It's just disgusting garbage, dude. Um, just look at this stupid trash. Like, why the fuck is this in my feed? This is dumb as hell. So yeah, fuck diversity, equity, and inclusion garbage. It's just not real. There's no end to the horizon of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And it's defined as people who are explicitly not you, not me. Uh, I'm all for actual like diversity and inclusion, but as far as it exists as a construct, which in an industry, you know, ideologically, like, sure, yes, philosophically, sure. As it exists as an industry, no. As it exists in practice, absolutely not. I know that Proton Mail isn't secure. I'm not using it for like the best security. But it is like a email service that people use. It's like I know it's not any real difference than Google, but like it is difference than Google. So It's a pretty good suite. Yeah, turn on data recovery. Right. Agreed. No duh. Anyways, I hate these kind of videos. Stop using this. Don't do that. Oh, you're doing this wrong. It's like, no, I'm not. Shut the fuck up. A lot of these things, they place things on the individual. It's kind of like uh, a first person perspective kind of deal, or a fourth person. What is the one that's like weird to read? Where it's like, you're walking down the street. All right. So, yeah, get shot in the head. I don't think that's correct at all. Prevent Alzheimer's. It's like, who the fuck do you think I am? It's like, what a stupid bitch. Like, I hope you get shot in the fucking head. Like, what a dumb cunt. Prevent Alzheimer's. They're treating me like I'm an old person. They're like trying to target the wrong person in the household. It's such a stupid fucking company. It's like disgusting garbage implying that I have a problem with that. Like, for real, I do hope you get shot for putting that on my fucking screen. Like, what a fucking joke, dude. Like, why the fuck would that be on my screen, man? Like, think about it for 5 seconds. This industry is garbage. Trying to advertise to me bullshit like that. It just cheapens your website. Any money you're making from that, you're losing in terms of brand recognition and appreciation. Like, disgusting company. Looks like shit before and after. I'm just gonna be real with you. So I turned off ad block because I don't really trust them to handle and manipulate website data. I'm gonna be real with you. It's sketchy, the idea that you're trusting all these third parties. When you started thinking like a douchebag, just unbutton your shirt and be a dumb chode. What a fucking piece of shit. You know what I mean? Like, I give a fuck what you have to say. Why real estate agents fail. Do you think I want to be a real estate agent? I want to fucking murder as many Americans as humanly possible is what I want to do. I think I want to be one of these fucking clowns that run around and like, you want to sell your house? Okay, sir. Well, let me know later. Like, fucking kill yourselves. I don't want to be wasting my goddamn time on this dumb bullshit. What a fucking awful country. And this is why we need to change things. Like, imagine if I could just get a proper job easily without having to be hassled. Imagine if I didn't get contacted. Like, you go to these job services and like Indeed, and you get contacted by scams just outright. It's fucking disgusting. Yesterday, somebody tried to get me to cash a fraudulent check, basically. The dumbest fucking country to ever exist. What a stupid fucking video. They all live like shit because they live in Greenville, North Carolina. It's like, I hope you all get shot in the fucking head. Just gonna be real with you. It's like, I don't want to live in this goddamn country with these stupid fucking people. Like, I look at these job opportunities, and it's like, go live in a city. You're gonna spend your entire fucking salary on an apartment. It's just completely untenable. It's like so-called good jobs that you're supposed to be appreciative of. Like, you're gonna live in a fucking ghetto. Like, consider living in Tampa, Florida. Sounds like fucking shit. That sounds horrible. Imagine living in some shitty apartment and you got like 50,000 fucking neighbors. Live in some shitty condo that's been run through by like a million fucking people. You get paid like just enough money to pay rent and get groceries and pay utilities. Then what's left over is enough to like buy a ticket to a movie, basically. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh, I got like $600. I have a lot of money for extra stuff to do this year. It's like, what a stupid fucking country. Congratulations, Jamal, on your fucking Subway. Enjoy serving disgusting food in part of a giant pyramid scheme. Tech Lead is a dumb piece of shit. He's a stupid clickbaiting con artist. He should be in prison. I hope he gets shot in the head. Like, actual, what a garbage human being that guy is. He's not leaving tech. He's a fucking liar. He's just trying to get money. He's trying to get other people to stop. He's constantly trying to get other people to stop seeking to make a living in tech. Yeah, trust me, I wouldn't. What a fucking stupid country. Yeah, 55K plot of land that you can't fucking afford, that doesn't actually exist, that's already been sold. I'm not black enough to own anything in this country. We have a racial apartheid occurring right now, is kind of how I feel. It's fucking disgusting, dude. Support black creators, guys. Everybody has to support small black creators. You're racist if you don't. We must go say hello to every black person and hand them $50. What is that? An evil racist white male over there? Make sure that he can't speak to anybody. What a stupid fucking country. This is legitimately actually how it works.
in which we
Cambridge
show
Analytica type people in Google and Microsoft, people like that. Like these people need to be shot.
possible. Google alone will be able to shift between 6.4 million and 25.5 million votes in the presidential election, generally speaking, with no one having the slightest idea that they've been manipulated, and generally speaking, without leaving a paper trail for authorities to trace.
So when you say 6 to 24 million, are you talking about, does that include campaigns buying advertisements, say, which obviously.
Yeah, there's a huge dog and pony show, and it's fucking stupid as hell. That's the whole point. Like garbage fucking video. It's dumb as hell. Recovered libertarian. Yeah. Soon you'll be dead. Like a threat on my life. What a fucking dumb country. What a dumb whore. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. I fucking hate this country with all my life.
Howdy, howdy. Company I was working directly with.
Sounds like a fucking piece of shit. What a dumb asshole.
Your business make? And do you have employees or is it a sole proprietorship? All right, on to your second. The fact that you're a sole proprietor. That.
Like, fuck these kind of people, dude. I hate these kind of people with all my life. Oh, yeah, financial scam. Okay, yeah, financial advisors, yada, yada, yada. Like, literally go take a flying leap. Just trying to take a portion of people's money. Like, hand me all of your money. That would be like a really good idea is if you just gave me all your money. I mean, like, I make so much money already. I'll give you all the money that you need, like, as you need. But, like, you know, you don't really need that much. No, trust me, bro. A lot of people do this. It's totally legit. Like, what a dumb piece of shit, dude. Like, why the fuck would anybody want to work with that guy? You know what I mean? Just realistically speaking. Yeah, buy gold from Dubai with all that money you don't have. Fucking joke. Welding test as if I fucking care. Is that a Linus Tech Tip guy? It looks like a Linus Tech Tip guy.
So you're thinking about moving to Ottawa, and whether that's to escape
No.
Toronto prices or
I'm not. I'm really not. Like, I have absolutely no desire to live in a city. It sounds fucking horrible. So I can tolerate it if I'm making like enough money, but I probably won't be is the problem. Like, they want to pay people salaries that you would expect to see in 1990. In 2024 is fucking disgusting. As if I'm some kind of dumb asshole that was born yesterday and doesn't understand money. Some dumb garbage. Like, go shoot yourself in the fucking head, dude. It's like,
Imagine
spam. I don't fucking want to buy land in Idaho, and I don't want people telling me, like, avoid buying this. Like, I don't like that message. Avoid buying this. Like, go fuck yourself. You mean avoid buying this? Yeah, avoid having nice land. Yourself in the fucking head is my response. So no, you didn't transform anything because it still has no fucking appeal. Like these garbage single home like this. Fucking hate these things. 4.3 million views.
I just love this place. This way.
So people don't care how bad they're making everything. Where people just completely locked out. Exactly.
Is there any sign of the person, whatever? And he said, no sign of him. The person drove away really fast. And all I can tell you is it was a black vehicle. Coincidence that he said, we've been talking about it. We think that the world, at least in the United States, the world really needs to know what you're doing. We think there needs to be a kind of megaphone behind your work. And he said, are you game? Will you work with us? And I said, well, you know, I'm not a conservative. I don't, you know. He said,
I supported Hillary before she defamed me. Yeah.
Exactly, destroyed me. Companies would be making search engines, and they'd all
taking on the. You're basically the only guy taking on the largest company ever.
We have 34 research projects ongoing right now. They're on.
I can hand you one afterward.
Wow.
I do a very important tie-in. So anyway, I'm very dialed into the Mayflower. 400.
God, yeah, it's fucking stupid. What a fucking awful country. I'll tell you, you don't control me. Like, you're not going to influence my opinion in that way. Because my opinion is my opinion. All are awful. Like, everything about everything that exists has been terrible. It's just bullshit because this shit does not actually fucking exist. Like,
How's it going, you guys?
There are not $10,000 rural houses. This guy is just a stupid douchebag. He's a dumb piece of shit. He's hoping that you're stupid enough to think that there are $10,000 houses just laying around out there that you can pick up. And somehow you'll give him attention and he'll get money from that. Woodworking is one of the stupidest fucking hobbies. I understand, like, doing functional things with, like, building a house and stuff like that. But, like, that's more of, like, carpentry. Woodworking is, like, you built some dumb thing out of wood, you know, that's supposed to be ornamental. It's really what woodworking is like. It's like the finer details of trimming and stuff like that. It's kind of boring. That's how I see it. It's like whittling, woodworking, carpentry. I'm 100% certain that Ethereum is a fucking scam. You ever hear of this Ethereum Classic thing that was born out of a hack? Ethereum as it exists is a piece of shit. Like, is a huge IPO scam from this autistic Russian kid. Like, fuck all of you guys. Like, you're dumber than hell if you support either of those networks. This is really offensive to me, too. It's like telling me not to do things and to not do things. Like, fuck you. Like, shut the fuck up. You know, like, that's not the place of like a video thumbnail to be really in doing. And we know that these are not random recommendations. These are things which are targeted at me. Because that's the nature of what this does.
Hey, nerds, Farmer.
It's like, it's just so not fucking true that I hope you get shot in the head. It's like, yeah, anybody can farm because you can just like go outside and dig something somewhere where you don't own the property. Get a house plant. It's basically farming. Why would you ever need to own a property? I hope that there's some mass casualty thing with NVIDIA. I want to see people get killed, dude. This is some garbage. The way they like front run the prices on it and drive everything on this, they're making it exclusionary. They're trying to drive a crypto bubble and a robotics / AI bubble that's fueled off of GPUs. And this is a monopolistic company. Intel will probably sweep. Intel is probably the best buy that you can make right now. Because they'll have GPUs that rival NVIDIA per day for days, and they'll be American made.
Hello.
Yeah, I would have to agree. You look like a fucking piece of shit with your dumb glasses and shit. I don't fucking like you either. I don't know, and I don't care. You don't look at this dumb bullshit, like whatever the fuck this is, like Frasier. I don't know. Frasier is some. I never watched that show. It's some. I think it's some sitcom about a gay dumb. I don't know what the fuck it is. I think it's some gay guy lives in an apartment with a woman. Like that's the basic summary of the show. That's why I never watched it. Anytime I see Frasier, I'm just like, fucking kill yourself. It's the only thing I know it as is an insult. What the fuck down go Frasier is, you fucking weird freak. Why are you showing me a 142 view video of some stupid bullshit like that out of the blue? That's fucking stupid as hell. House hacking. So you're the kind of person that I hope gets shot in a mass shooting. The fuck do you mean house hacking? Like, okay, congratulations, have fun with whatever the fuck it is that you're doing. It's just like some dumb asshole trying to be like, oh, this is Colorado perfection. Like, I don't believe you. I just don't believe you. You know what I mean? Like, there's no perfection anywhere. It's like, yeah, it's perfection to go die in a Colorado city. Wouldn't you like to get shot by some random psychopath in the middle of Colorado?
You can't hear this in the other.
I just feel like you go to Colorado and that's the kind of place where you always see like just crazy like people just go shoot people and stuff. Like, yeah, that's fucking funny. Colorado just has like a bunch of people with guns that smoke weed and drink a bunch and like they're douchebags. It's like you go to Colorado and everybody's like blaring rap music and like revving their engines and people are like terrible everywhere you go. You know what I mean? And then you got this other like counter element of people who are like, oh, we're in Colorado for the nature. Stupid. I like my animals. I don't really care about your animals. I don't have any animals though. You know, care about my stuff, my land, my money, my life, not your lives. I'm also here. All these other people have hundreds of views, tens of views, thousands of views, millions of views. Workday is the worst fucking company in the entire world. I've already like downloaded. I'm pretty sure I said I don't like this. 6-4 at opening keynote. Maybe they're adjusting it. Stream live less. They accidentally go live. They're trying to schedule it. The video unavailable. Yeah, I hate Workday. You know, I think if Workday devs are doing anything, okay, they should work on login. You make how you know how you make an account with every single company. Here's a crazy idea. What if the user made one account? And then here's another idea. What if, and you know, every company could still have their individual accounts with you. It's just the user would have one account, not 500 accounts. And here's another thing. Every time they applied to a job, you wouldn't ask them what race they were. If you want to de-emphasize race in hiring and make it about the qualifications of the candidate, maybe don't mandate by law. And then like, or if you're going to mandate by law with like a good intention to collect this information, take that information one time, not every time you apply to a position. It's ridiculous. It adds time to every application. And it's like, what kind of life are you living when you're just sitting in a room every day, like answering questions about your race and nothing else? It's like, are you a veteran and what ethnicity are you? We ain't one of them Hispanics or Latinos, are you? All right, just checking. Like, for real? You know, imagine, like, nobody cares about your qualifications or what you're trying to do with your life or what your background is or any of that other stuff. You fool. That's what they would say of me or of other people. It's like, come speak to me directly is what I have to say. The fact that I have nobody speaking to me directly, I don't really care. Like, think of me whatever the fuck you want. What I want to do is get a homestead and live a life doing that. I don't really want to sit around watching other people's stuff. If I'm trying to buy something, I'll do research on what it is I'm trying to buy. But other than that, like, what the fuck is the point? I'm here creating this broadcast as a record to say, like, I'm here, I exist, I've applied to a bunch of jobs, I have the capacity to do programmatic work. You can see in my channel here, on my gaming channel, like, if you look at my WoW gameplay, I have the capacity to work across all these different characters. And I am largely bored out of my mind because of the situation which I'm in. So I'm kind of zoning out of it. And I've also stopped playing. I don't have a subscription right now because I spent enough time with it. And with nobody coming to my channel, eventually I have to pivot to something else because I need to make money. It's a stupid fucking country that this is the way things are. Like, oh my God, dude. My original video as well, just getting so few views. There's not a single comment. And you can chart the impressions, which is basically none.
Okay, here.
None. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I would expect I would get at least a handful of views, you know. These are mostly crypto bots because I put this in the description. I could look at my traffic and see how people discovered me, and it was mostly just people searching crypto, if anything. And the behavior was such of one of a crypto bot. So, yeah, nobody paid attention to what the fuck I had to say at all or said anything to me. March 14th. So, imagine spending this much time. It's like you're like all the way out here this entire amount of time. Like, you spent this working on this video, and then this, you're like working on your resume, you apply to a bunch of jobs, and then you start playing World of Warcraft. And then the whole time, and this is already prior to, you know, like here you're streaming and you're not getting any audience. Also streaming and not getting any audience starting around like here. Right? It's like no streaming audience here after like 30, 60 days. 30, 60, 90 days. You're really not getting a single view. Really not getting responses from employers. You're not getting any sort of comments on this thing. Like nothing. 27 views. Yeah, I mean, eventually you just get fed up with it. Like, I spent most of my money on this ultimately. I didn't really have a choice but to leave because that was the nature of the situation. Like, I don't really have anybody here to talk about it, so there's not much point in discussing it. And the truth is that I really wouldn't want to live in any of these places for the most part because the housing accommodations are bad. If I could buy land and build what I want to build, or land that had a decent small starter property and they have capacity to build on it. But other than that, like living in an apartment in the middle of some disgusting suburb, like this looks awful to me actually. Right. Like Miami, the dumb guitar hotel with all these people. The canal side places I think are actually pretty nice, but I would definitely miss that land aspect of things. Like this was an experience, and I experienced it all alone.
The area outside.
This is more or less what I want to do myself, honestly. I mean, it's not quite the same thing. I want to have a different structure, but imagine something about that size would be what I would want for like a cat. Maybe you could have, you know, like a building, like a room that size or something like this size. I could put like a standing desk in there, and if it were raining, you know what I mean? You get covered, insulated, heated, conditioned buildings that have big openings that lead out to fields. Then you have smaller buildings that act as cat and dog shelters. Maybe in here, I don't know how you would work it out. It would be in the moment, but I'm pretty dead set on the idea of having like just a very large dog house and a cat house as well. And then you do collars as a way of tracking devices. Maybe even like cameras occasionally. Try to really keep track, make sure they don't wander off of property because they're predators. And like barn cats kind of thing. But treat them like house cats, right? Habituate them like house cats. It's not really be nuisance cats. Anyways, that might be too much, but what I would think is you would have multiple stations. So you could be on your computer in here, standing desk. So I'd play WoW or program on something, go kick my soccer ball. And I mean, I go serious for 30 minutes to an hour. Like I really go hard. It is extremely frustrating to not be able to go out and do all this stuff. And then return and just get reverse. These are those are the key actions that I need to be doing is activating my brain through exercise like that to really be sweating and fully in the moment is what we want the majority of the day. Even when I'm working on more cognitive loads, right? Because it helps improve with that. Makes you feel more alive. Being in a suburb, you feel kind of dead. Being in an apartment, you feel kind of dead because you just don't have that at any point. It's not just you don't have this all the time. You never have this. It does not exist. Like the idea of what I'm espousing, it just does not exist. You can't replicate this any other way than to have it explicitly. You understand? Like there's no mimicking having your computer set up perfectly with the ability to go back and forth between your own backyard, your own field, and a indoor solution for computer, right? You can't travel and like set down a laptop. That's not the same thing in the least. There's no comparison of a proper computer setup with like a laptop in a field or something like that. It will never be the same thing. So yeah, I want to get something approximating this, but obviously different than the way they've done it, because they have built it as a summer camp that charges money. Whereas I would build it as a small homestead, so keep maybe a few cattle like that. Like that would not be a bad deal. That might, I don't know about with horns and all this and that breed in particular, but yeah, if you kept like a handful of cows and that was sufficient enough to pay down the place or help pay down the place or buy other things. Like I put a lot of editing into this actually, and there's things worth talking about or conversating on. You would have easy comments that you could make that would be neutral friendly. It's like I'm a human being as well. The idea that nobody would comment on my video is offensive and absurd. That it would not really get served to anybody as an impression opportunity, even really. What a stupid fucking country, dude. See, I know I'm probably not going to get like $25 million, but you'd expect somebody to say something about it, you know. Like, look at that. That's disgusting. What a fucking dumb piece of shit. You know what I mean? Like some sad sap in your fucking thumbnails. Like, I don't know why the fuck you would ever recommend that dumb garbage to me. It's just an endless amount of bad content. Yeah, we still dislike it. It's like literally there are 2 changes that you need to make to your software. The idea of you even having a dev conference is hilarious. It's like, what do you even do for a living at Workday? Like, everybody hates your software as far as like, okay, so maybe like you're an internal facing software that also has an external face, and internally people like your software or whatever it is, but externally everybody hates using Workday to apply to things because of those 2 reasons I outlined. And like they're very simplistic developer changes that could be made. 1, don't ask everybody their diversity, equity, and inclusion government mandated questions every single time they apply to a position. Take that information once and then store it. Okay. And then 2, have a streamlined login process so everybody isn't creating a different password for every company. Because that's just silly. And it's very confusing the first time you encounter it, because you think that you have a Workday account, but you don't have a Workday account with that employer. It's different, and there's no such thing as like a single workday account for an individual seeking employment. So the idea that they would have a developer conference at all that is like public facing like this, whenever the state of the reputation of their company is pretty much ubiquitously, unanimously negative as far as it is public facing, is kind of silly. Like, these are very obvious fixes that we want. But this is the garbage that you get. And these are people that are putting away millions of dollars. These people have huge houses, and they're, you know, they don't care about the likes of me. So why should I care about the likes of them? Like, for real. And they're the kind of people that talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion and stuff like this as well, right? Like, huge DEI crowd at Workday. I mean, they have the gay avatar and all this other shit. Look at this. It's just corporate signaling and brand, like, placement. Really selling the idea of programming, but not necessarily like the meat of what it is to be programming, you know? It's just like, yeah. Whatever it is you do, whatever that is, every very generic, non-specific thing that you do, whatever it is that people do when they work, we're not really sure. Do people even do anything when they work? The majority of advancements are made by a minority of people, you know, just realistically speaking. There are a lot of people who are functionally non-essential. And when you really scale back and look at it and you're honest about it, and my opinion is basically, you know, you still pay those people. It doesn't really matter. You pay that, like, it's like, it would be like you don't stop feeding the dog because you're like, hey, wait a second, this dog is functionally useless. That's just the way of the world. And with fractional reserve banking, money being a complete fiction that's just made up out of thin air, like, everything has to be looked at completely different. Look at this guy in his sequence suit here. $7,500 developers.
Now, before we get going and talking more about
This is their 2000th Workday DevCon. That's incredible.
So first of all, I want to say thank you to all of our sponsors who are a part of DevCon. You're the ones that make it valuable. So first of all, PwC, are you here? Come on, PwC. They are our Platinum Expo and Hackathon sponsors. Now, Deloitte, you're in here too. Where are you? Talk to me, Deloitte. Come on now. Give me a little bit. Give me a love, right? And also,
Deloitte.
our good buddies at Kainos. Kainos, there, you're here. But I have a very special call out for one of our partners. InnerCrowd has literally been sponsoring DevCon and our earlier hackathons longer than any other partner. So I got to say, InnerCrowd, are you in the crowd? Yeah, come on now. Well, now, yeah, they're in it now. That's good. But you know what? We want to thank all of our partners because you are special. You're the ones that help make this possible. From our very first DevCon to what we have today, we wouldn't be what we are without you. So thank you so much for being a part of this great conference. Now, some of you may have realized that momentum that we've seen as it relates to the developer program as well as to DevCon, we launched a couple of weeks ago our very first Workday Developer LinkedIn page. So we've been able to get people to talk about what it means to be a developer. And in fact, this is the very first live broadcast of our keynote on our brand new Workday Developer LinkedIn page. So thank you all for being part of it. Let's give them a great big welcome to all of our digital audience and everybody watching us on all the various social medias. Woo! Thank you, thank you. Now, if you're a part of the developer community, if you're a builder, if you're an integrator, if you're a consultant, you want to stay a part of it. So please follow us on Workday Developer site because you're going to start seeing all the cool innovations and stuff that we're building just so you can do a better job. Now, also, one of the things that's really important to me, when we came up with DevCon, we wanted to give back to the community in a special way. Your developers, you had that part in your career, right, where you first got it started, you started learning how to mentor, people that help you, mentor.
Dare to dream what comes next. Who make our platform even more powerful by embracing curiosity and driving business forever forward. Without you,
thank you. Now, but the other one that we're really excited about is SEO Tech Developers. This is an organization that's been around since
This shit is fucking stupid to me. It's like, I don't want to live in that garbage fucking place either. Like, such a stupid thing. I feel like, you know, you just get profiled and served irrelevant things. Like, occasionally you just see shit like that popped up. At one point, I watched, like, one video on, like, something about something taxation, and it's, like, trying to get me to move to Mexico for a while. It's like, what stupid garbage. Like, what a fucking stupid recommendation, you know what I mean? It's disgusting. I'm streaming too, like, it's just dumb shit. I could never, like, I used to think that you would, like, want to have kids on YouTube, like, teach them stuff through YouTube. Now I'm starting to be like, it's such a train wreck that you would never use YouTube for anything, really. Not even, like, learning myself for the most part. It's kind of like, the second that there's a second, you know, the immediate minute that I notice a really viable YouTube competitor emerge, I will be out of the door towards it. We have not reached that yet. I think its time will happen, though, because this is such a bad platform. Wait, what? Why is this? This is Louis Rosman, but it's not even Louis Rosman. Like, why is this even? Yeah, Rev is one of those garbage things that exist. It's stupid. You won't make any money. Don't even need that. They have auto captioning. It's a joke. Why does it even exist?
Since the 60s, started in New York City, and they've expanded to include the developer community as
well. There he is! Hey. So I interviewed Matt on stage, and Matt told a phenomenal story. So Matt talked about building.
See, here's why I don't deserve a $250,000 salary working at Workday. I don't wear sequins jackets, and I'm not gay enough. It's like, you know, they have these application questions, and it's like, you know, what is your race? What is your sexuality? Are you a veteran? You know, are you disabled? You know, they ask you that every time you put in an application. It's like, oh, well, it's unfortunate because if you were a, you know, if you were gay, if you were black, we definitely have a position, but like, we noticed here that you're not diverse, so we can't hire you. We only hire diverse people here because we're a really forward-looking company. Better luck next time. You're just too white. You put white on your application and you expect us to hire you? Those fucking cis males think they're going to get into my HR department? Better think again. These cis white males better watch out. We aren't wearing suits and ties anymore. The future is sequence jackets. I mean, he looks like he's having fun though.
And Prism to build their Tips and Tokes app. So this is an app that allows, it manages and it tracks and it helps to distribute the tips that workers on the casino floor receive. It's a really, really wonderful example of a customer using the full power of the Workday platform to do something incredibly unique. And by the way, in case you're wondering, tokes refers to tokens of appreciation.
And that is exactly what we love. We love talking to our customers, and we love the diversity and how you're building out for those unique experiences to support your businesses and really drive out that impact.
Hey, listen, this group has achieved so much, and that alone makes this a strong community. But there's something more here. There's an X factor, there's an energy, there's a passion that makes this group absolutely amazing. And I've seen...
Yeah. It's like, sorry, you know, you're not exactly who we were looking for to hire. We were looking for like a transgender black person with 30 years of experience that's proficient in assembly. Yeah, we need people to do machine.
You know, Workday's been there with you since the beginning.
Can you speak in binary?
This is the 10th hackathon.
00101
from the first hackathon.
101100.
There were a few code violations back then. All right, we've come a long way. There's over 1,200 of you in the audience here. There's hundreds more online. And we're here in this beautiful venue here in Las Vegas at the Chelsea Theater. But I'll tell you, even though we've come a long way, there are some things that never change. You all have a passion that is palpable, a passion for creativity, a passion for bringing new Con is a very unique conference. We're not here.
Now, some of you may have realized that.
Well, that's just factually incorrect. They are there, and that's why I always say you can't trust these people. They're huge liars. They are there. Factually speaking, I mean, he's just speaking nonsense. He's out there in this outrageous suit. You can't take that seriously. You know, they're there. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I don't know. Stealing a car is not good. I'm also not interested in outrage. Baltimore has no congratulations on all your fucking eggs. I don't care. It's like, what dumb garbage. Then get shot in the fucking head. That's why I say find a new government. Like, I have no patience for this bullshit. What a fucking stupid country. It's like the employer, like, I'm gonna march into the fucking bank and take my money, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, what a dumb asshole. Like, I hate these kind of people. It's like, become a tradesman, become a tradesman. Don't ever, like, actually pursue what you're trying to accomplish. Do something else entirely. Structure your life around working for... It's, like, fucking annoying as hell. What a stupid country, dude. Do your own work, but, like, the idea that you need to become a tradesman, like, go fuck yourself. Lying about how much you actually make, too.
So that little card that goes into your phone, it's called a SIM card. And the SIM card holds the information from your carrier, like your phone number, your plan, and all those things is saved on that little card. So you put that card into a phone and then you have service. Now, if you're old as me, you remember that little card used to hold a lot more. It would actually hold eSIM. So you
Yeah, eSIMs are generally untrustworthy, is my opinion, because you can just, like, fucking transfer it anywhere. People say that a SIM card is, like, vulnerable, but, like, how vulnerable is an eSIM? I mean, like, I don't know. My iPhone, I didn't really fucking trust it either. Like, there were times when it wasn't sending me properly. And funnily enough, it was whenever I was trying to get my passport. I tried to get text sent to it. I just switched to my iPhone not too long ago, and then, like, they weren't arriving. Like, I was supposed to be getting these texts. I did it through email instead. Like, you had to do a verification. But the idea that I'm trying to, like, get my passport and then my cell network isn't sending me the text message, or the government itself, it's fucking stupid. Anyways, I need to go reschedule that now, because I had to miss that. Like, you just do. Now, I can probably go do that, and I should just expatriate. I should go travel out and then expatriate quickly. Because you don't make fuck all money in the United States if you're not in one of these dumb gay cults like Workday. Like, it's a stupid country where they've decided diversity, equity, and inclusion means that they ban people like me from being able to be visible or spoken to or acknowledged. Like, you just don't get speech. You don't get money. You don't get considered for your jobs whenever you put in your applications as a human being. This is just like, fuck everybody involved in this. You know what I mean? It's a terrorist country, dude. Yes, they say they have a right to stalk you and then also go participate in the free economy, where your job is completely tethered to, like, how much you're able to live. Okay, fun sequence jacket. Yay, we're so wacky here at DEF CON. All right. How come I've never gotten a job interview from putting in hundreds of applications through Workday? How come that has never yielded me any positive advantage, Workday? Why is your application system such a fucking horrific fucking experience? We'll never work as engineers. Damn. Well, 75%. I have. Like, I've worked as engineers also. Go fuck yourself. You see what I mean? Like, putting some kind of thumbnail like that in front of people's face is an aggressive neg. I'm not stupid. I understand that, and I'm pissed the fuck off. I've had a really horrible online experience. My parents were horrible, stupid people that did not understand anything about this. So I've just been, like, thrown on here. It's just horrific whenever you know that you have people that are, like, not really capable of understanding anything. And then you got these other people as well. Like, it's the same shit as this. Like, this is just a complete collapse of the country. Like, these are the people that stand in the way of you and, like, being able to feed your family. It's like, appease these two clowns or else you don't get to eat. Welcome to America. I would just open a huge short on NVIDIA and go really long on Intel. You're welcome. Enjoy your millions of dollars. Yup. Yup. Don't believe the robot hype from the video here. They don't own this technology. They don't own this. This is not theirs. The nature of it is such that once you, like, train a model on a good enough set of data, their proprietary whatever solution is not going to be any better than any else. I'm just saying. Intel and any other robotic manufacturing place can do this as well. I just don't think they have anything here which is really truly exclusive. They probably do, though. I just don't like them. I don't like their stock being such a heavy, this is a radically unfair proposition. He says he hopes you have a hard life. I don't like that ethos. I think you're fundamentally wrong. It's like, I hope that everything is set up properly so that you have a place which is secured in the world. It's like the more proper way to go about it. It's like hard life makes you, like, it's just narcissistic gaslighting and abuse. And I think the people are oversold on what this actually represents. You know, like, yes, it is a really good graphics company. Don't get me wrong. It is like the premier graphics company. But then we also have other companies that can produce these graphics cards. They don't have the exclusive rights to the concept of graphics cards. AMD is disappointing to me personally with that cooling block issue and whatever else. and having to rebuy on and having to buy secondhand on the market, that really pisses me off. I think there should be laws against that. They have to accept pre-orders for consumers. I mean, it's ridiculous that you wouldn't. You're gonna be a banana republic where everybody has to pay a huge markup to these people that own thousands of GPUs, tens of thousands of GPUs. It's like so that you just pay them their extra tax of like $200, and then they can just send you a broken one or a used one or like, you know, and test them all out. No, this is a mid-range one. You can have that one. Oh yeah, but it's going to be an extra 20%. So yeah, that's how they run the game. You know, they sell them by the pallet, and then whenever Timmy wants his GPU for Christmas, they say, "Sorry, kid, you can go like buy one that costs an extra 500, 700 or so if you really want one." But you also probably have to wait a bit for that. And somebody else is going to use it first. They're going to run through it. They're going to mine a bunch of illicit currency on it. It's fucked up. So, yeah, they're not the only game in town, is all I would say. Is like Intel is the better play because these GPUs cost, you know, I mean, like, I know it's really down to like cost of production and price per unit and things like this. So the actual retail price does not affect things completely, but in some ways it does, because ultimately they have to sell these to consumers as well. And there's basically a virtually infinite market of GPUs. Like, you can outnumber humans by GPUs. And part of that means that NVIDIA can't be selling like $2,000 GPUs to everybody. And like these $2,300, $2,400 GPUs with markup. $2,500, $2,700. I think I would be like the most expensive 4090 you'd see. It's like, why is it like that? Oh, it has liquid cooling and it's like got overclocking and it's Founders Edition and it's got, you know, that's like too much. That's too expensive for a graphics card for most people with the way of the economy. Is it worth it? Kind of, but like not really. Also have to consider the motherboard, and like a lot of people would have to upgrade their PSUs. Like I guess like I could technically see that. I might have issues. I don't even know how you turn your computer sideways. I feel like the PCIe lane socket will just rip out of the motherboard from gravity on the 4090 if you like have your motherboard mounted on the side like normal, right? Yeah. Intel represents cheaper options, like more at scale. If you could run in parallel Intel graphics cards too, that would be effective for gaming performance, which I think has been a struggle, and a lot of people have declared it dead. But if you could, you know, it's like you can get two pretty good Intel GPUs for like the price of one. You can get like 10 Intel GPUs or more, or like one NVIDIA GPU. So you think about it like that. And then like, what are you actually doing on the machine? Are you making a workstation or are you making like a gaming station? You kind of need a GPU for everything, right? You can have a computer that just uses a CPU, I suppose, and does like integrated graphics, but realistically speaking, you want a GPU. You want to be able to launch like graphically integrated programs for developer work and stuff like this, right? For running local LLMs and other activities, there's a lot of reasons to have a GPU. GPUs are just kind of essential in the modern version of a computer and always really were, but anyways, one frame of mind would say you don't need them for a workstation. Like laptops, they don't generally have integrated graphics. They have, or they use integrated graphics. They don't have discrete graphics. So yeah, these server blades, you know, they're serving like the server community and things like this, but yeah, nothing about electronics is fun whenever you don't make enough money to like participate. You know, it's like, oh, cool, nice stuff there, but like you don't even have the capacity to get your own home server, let alone like be investing billions and trillions of dollars. And it just has the hallmarks of a bubble because ultimately the money is there and it's invested, it's in the stock valuation, but you have to remove the stock valuation in order to capitalize on it and really see the benefit of having owned the stock at a high value. Right? So the implication of a high stock price would mandate that of a lower stock price at some point in the future whenever you have something which is just this expensive. And as much as they're selling robots and stuff like this, there are other companies that can also do that. And there are a lot of other companies. The idea of this robotic arm is not unique to NVIDIA. The idea of a graphical compute unit is not unique to NVIDIA. The idea of a warehouse is not unique to NVIDIA. We're pathing for robots. You know, the idea of like part picking robots, also not unique to them. They have a very good offering, and obviously it's going to be here forever, but like there will probably be a point where the move is like short NVIDIA, long a competitor, which is basically the same damn thing, because there's going to be a million of these kind of companies. This is just how it works. They're really good at what they're doing, but a lot of this is existing technology that is more or less being condensed. Like everybody's existing tech is being collaboratively put into these things. Amazon uses these, but I'm not 100% positive that they're paying NVIDIA directly for this, right? Like there are probably multiple competing solutions which are basically the same thing. So same thing with these robots. Looks kind of like the Honda robot. Also, you notice they're not really moving around too much. I don't know that they're on the same scale as Boston Dynamics. Yeah, see, they're not even there. That's what I thought. They're two-dimensional. Instead, they have these little police robot things, these food delivery things, whatever they are, you know. Yeah, robots can do far more than people think as far as running and having inhuman mechanical capabilities. So it is kind of like, think of Iron Man, but if it were just a drone. So the Boston Dynamics robots can run and they can sprint faster than anybody else. They can jump higher than anybody else. They can like do any mechanical movement better than anybody else. It's already been done. It's not difficult. And it's not difficult in the sense that like a corporate enterprise that makes, you know, machines with modern tooling should be able to accomplish that if they put their attention to it and funded it. Right? It's not difficult to accomplish now that a lot of these technical difficulties have been solved. A lot of that is enterprise knowledge, but also a lot of it is observationally like reverse engineerable if you just purchase one or get access to one, which a lot of people have public videos of now. So you can't sell a product and then also maintain that kind of thing as a competitive advantage completely. Anyways, so yeah, NVIDIA, whatever. I'm sitting here with my broke AMD Vega 56 because people like Workday DevCon stand in the way between you and employment in the modern era. Let's hear what he has to say about the state of Workday.
Relationships with both our customers and our partners. And for the last 7 years, I've been working on building Workday Extend and helping empower all of you, the Workday developer community. Workday platform and the Workday community has offered me a career, and it's part of my identity. And I know for a lot of you, you feel the same way. If this is your first DevCon, I hope you really embrace it, build connections, skill yourself up, learn something new. For those of you who have been here for a long time and in the community, Workday object model. Critical changes get deployed. Yeah. So it's just a couple clicks to UI. Let's pull up a page. We get code mode immediately. Whew, mental model. All right. We hit the button, we flip over now to our new visual UI mode. Here we get a visual representation of the UI of our Extend app. You can see our live app preview on the right, so now we can move really, really quickly. Let's go ahead and fix this error on our credit limit field by setting a default value, and we can just do that with clicks. We don't need to see where that is in the code. Instantly with app preview, we see our changes in real time right in front of us. And imagine you're in a room with your stakeholders and they say, hey, they're requesting this credit card, but I need this checkbox to say, are you really sure you want to do this? And you're like, do we really need a checkbox for that? And they're like, yes. So you go ahead and add it. Something like this? Okay, sure. Yeah, but can you move it up ahead of the business reason? Okay, sure. We'll drag our components around on that shared canvas. The productivity savings are immense. But also we're reducing the cognitive load on you to build UI. We're separating the presentation structure from all of your scripting and all of the page lifecycle events so that you can very quickly and easily see the behavior of your app. And we're not taking the code away. You can flip between visual and code mode at any time. And I'm happy to talk about Workday. I hit generate, and Developer Copilot is instantly going to generate usable code right for me, hundreds of lines of code. Not only is it going to generate the UI for me, it's going to generate all of the data queries using Graph API, and it's even going to give me mock data for my testing.
Right. Which is, this to me, like, there is a particular point in the MVC framework for C# applications where you can use scaffolding to accomplish quite a lot of code for yourself. And that's what they call it. They call it scaffolding. It's been a while since I've done it. If I were in a situation where I needed to do it and it were relevant, I would figure it out and just go do it. And that's the nature of coding skill in general, is you do things as they're relevant. I've done a lot of different things. It's very difficult to explain them. But I'm pretty efficient at like figuring out how to go through systems of information like that. Otherwise, I would not be able to figure out the best in slot and the talents and the rotations for all these World of Warcraft characters and play them at decent proficiency. And taking a step back from it as I am, demonstrates, like, this isn't how I live all the time. Just because I've been playing like this since I made this channel. I made this channel and started doing this with the hopes of somebody coming along and being like, hello, what's up? At least once. We have a concurrent view of one. Let's see this. You are on blast. Concurrent view of one. If you are here. If anybody is here. Live chat. You should be known in OBS if OBS is to be trusted. Yeah, just dropping everything to address the fact I have a concurrent viewer. Back to what I was doing anyways. This is like scaffolding in MVC. This is like scaffolding in making a C# application. But yeah, you don't do that kind of thing every day. You don't do that thing until it's relevant. The business layer and how they separate everything into, there's 3 different layers for what you see and how you serve that. It's been a while since I've messed around with my applications. I could go look at them and see how the code was structured more and stuff like this, but that's less relevant than getting currency in the real world, and it becomes less and less relevant to focus on code things which are highly technical. They're the kind of things that kids do well to think about in like math and like technical things like this, because they don't have any other considerations. They're not thinking about money or that's ideally how you transfer into the workplace. You're good in school, You grew up, you thought about this kind of stuff, you worked through it, you got knowledge on it, it became second nature to you. And then you transition into college, you do well, you graduate, you go into the workforce, you make good money, and you don't ever really need to learn any of this stuff anymore because you kind of already know it, you're already of it. It just falls into place naturally. But instead, it's often really jarring and segmented, and like there's a lot of disparate areas of work you could go into. Like, I don't know. Like I don't have a particular project that I want to work on, but I understand the importance of this and being literate and being able to understand an application and launch an application and how to work through and discover things that are relevant, how to structure. I know, I've done things. What was it? Sado Learn, or like that's that other one. I'm trying to think of the one that's on this other phone. There's a Android application that has C# that's pretty decent on like fundamentals. Then there's Zybooks and Mimir. I used those in college and they were pretty good. And also like Code Academy or not that one. What's that? Code Academy is the one that has this online self-paced course kind of thing with a UI that is responsive and checks your code as you go and stuff. I think that's the one. Yes. And then I did that train to hire code thing, which was pretty in depth with C#, and then worked that job and then went to that other job. So I have like, a decent amount of experience with this stuff. And the train to hire experience was like really quite a lot in retrospect. It was pretty brief, but like quite thorough. And like, I know quite a lot, and I just need to be in the proper context to work with people. And it's frustrating because I don't know how to say, it's such a broad industry, and I'd be down to learn any other language for any other purpose. But yeah, I don't have anything to sell. I'm not trying to like make a course. I'm not trying to like create a website. I made a GitHub page, like a GitHub website, because that's a free host you get, but it's kind of lame and there's not really much point to having it up. So I'm not really, putting that around. And
All about making, once we see what we like.
That's the nature of programming work. If you have an existing project that's like a success and you're like doing upgrades on it and enhancements, that's a set of skills. There's a lot of different technical skills that can be put in place on a project, but it's a lot of human resources nightmare trying to get placed in the correct place. And ultimately you just need money. And our concurrent viewer left without saying anything. Our concurrent viewer said nothing whatsoever and left. It's frustrating. It really is. It's frustrating how it goes. The nature of the classes I took, like I did well in the first one, second one as well, to a point, but also not really. I did not like that one at all. It was like the summer version of it. I was taking C++. The first one was C. I did good in the C one. I enjoyed that. I like the Zybooks and Mimir format. The other one had a different professor. I don't like all the labs as well. Like the labs and how it was, and using their computers, and taking like parking at the campus was always a chore. Just seeing those people, like talking to that guy and seeing other people too. There are some people who would get parking passes for carpooling, but they would never carpool. They would just get a couple people to sign a piece of paper And then I got to park right next to the building all the time. Meanwhile, you're like taking a bus every day. You have to like park in a parking lot and then take a bus. It's just miserable. Who wants to live? Who wants to do that? Yeah, because just the nature of the campus. And you're like sitting in class on your laptop and you'd rather just be on your desktop or something else and in front of your own proper setup than listening to somebody give a lecture in person. You could just watch a lecture online. That's how I felt that summer. I had to like go through the hot sun park, go up on campus, and then it's at the top of like a huge flight of stairs on like the top floor of like 6th floor. It's not worth it. So like C++, I can learn C++, but I kind of dipped out of that. So I'm like, I can just graduate without going through this and just take this degree and then go transition into that in the workforce. And that's what I did. And I still think like that. And it's like I could do everything that we were learning about pointers and all this other stuff, but the lectures did not resonate with me. I was like, sweaty and inconvenienced and tired and needed to be focusing on other things, especially getting money rather than spending money to like learn stuff that I can learn at another time whenever it's relevant to me getting money. And just in a better way. Like C++ is actually not that confusing or not that hard to work with. I'm just not particularly trained. I could go start a course in it, but I'm far more concerned with making money than I am with learning C++. You understand? If I had a reason that I would be making money with C++, it would not be such a big deal. I don't wish that I didn't exist on such a basis that I would pursue these hobbies independently in their own time. Like if I could just be at the homestead that I'm looking to create here and not worry about like money for food and getting proper everything else. Like, like not worry about money for rent and things like this. I would look into good courses to take and college courses and master's degrees and stuff like this. But I'm not going to pay for that on debt. I'm not going to pay for that out of pocket. I'd pay for it out of pocket if I have tons of money, like unless I'm like a multimillionaire, I'm probably not going to enroll in that stuff. But the second that I'm clearing that kind of money, I'll be all down for the additional learning. But the whole point of this whole thing is to make money ultimately to support your life. Otherwise, there's no point. So yeah, you have to choose. Like on my other screen, we have the periodic table here. I mean, I could be pulling up, and I think this is the best way to use a periodic table, by the way. You're welcome for the tip. Just get Wallpaper Engine. It's the best. And then you put this up. I would use this in a professional or classroom setting. I don't think that you're really going to get a better resource than this as far as a periodic table. It lets you do this on your desktop background. So this is, base Windows right here. I can create an icon, for instance. New folder. And that's your periodic table. So very cool stuff, right? That's not a common thing that has value in itself. The fact that I'm somebody that would seek this out and find this. And I could, of course, like sit down and dedicate like a week or 2 or months or, however long to the field of studying chemistry. a certain time per day, schedule out a block. But why am I going to do that in the background of the existing political structure? And, knowing that we have this digital communications platform as we do, just being the way that I am right now. My time would probably be best spent trying to communicate to other people that I need money in the form of job applications and speaking on social media, communicating outwardly, creating a record of communication. So, yeah. I don't know. I took chemistry in college and in high school, and kind of slept through both of them, to be honest with you. It was not the most interesting thing to me. I was kind of interested in it, but I just didn't really resonate with either of those educational settings. I'm still interested in chemistry, but yeah, I don't know. If I got into a good mood and a great setting, doing a bunch of equations, balancing equations, chemistry equations, stuff like that, and looking at molecular structures, I could see myself study that and focus on that. But at the moment, that is really not my focus. I am talking about it on stream right now, so it is my focus, but it's not my focus at the same time. It could be my focus, but it's not presently. I've done it. I know how to do it. How to go about learning how to do it again, at least, I should say, right? Don't want to overstate my abilities in this, right? Having some experience in doing it. But that's practical skills. Just like I can play World of Warcraft again after taking a huge break. It's a shame that I'm not refreshing my subscription, because in an ideal world, I would have some sort of income from playing World of Warcraft, or at least a group of people worth playing with that would draw me into resubscribing or having sustained my subscription, but I don't. A lot of people out there joined up with guilds that they like. Some people went to BlizzCon, like go to BlizzCon every year with their guild, which is like crazy to me that there are people out there that are that, I mean, I know there are people like that. But I have such a individualistic experience playing it. I did play with a lot of different people at different points, but ultimately, in my original guild, you would say nobody's been online in like 3 years, and that one person, I think 3 or 4 or 5 years, like I think they logged in like once, and also it's like the GM, like 4 or 5 years ago probably, and then before that, other people are like 11 plus years not logged in. Very few people left. A lot of them, their names have been changed due to certain things or whatever. It's like glitchy almost how old it is. So yeah, like a lot of people I played with just don't really play anymore, or we fell out of communications. Your gamer tag friends are like that. You just don't like keep clear communication somehow. Like before even the battle tag system was a thing, you had friends lists, and then those people disappear. You transfer server, people don't remember your name. People re-roll to different characters. A lot of them may still be out there, people who I've interacted with for extended periods that I wouldn't even know. And then you have the possibility of like people who are nefarious injecting themselves into your lives when you're playing online games like that. And that's also kind of fucked up. So, yeah. Because I hate the United States in general. I hate living in cities. The idea of apartment complexes. Yeah, I'm not calling a top on NVIDIA. I'm just saying it will eventually probably top. And then the counterplay will be probably not AMD. I think it's Intel. I think Intel Arc Gen 2. That's what I want to know about.
Hello everyone and welcome to another video. Now whenever concise explanation, resizable bar is...
Well, the thing about what Intel Arc is doing is, so NVIDIA is doing these huge GPUs that cost like $2,000, and they let you run the most modern games and do ray tracing and max out any game and yada, yada, yada. What this is a like $100 like fuck you machine that you can throw like most modern games at and get decent performance. You know what I mean? This is like the price to performance ratio on this is far higher, right? This thing is made in the United States, as far as I understand it, or at least by a United States company, more so than AMD or NVIDIA. Maybe not really true, but that's my impression at least. And it asks the question, how much graphics do you really need? So for a lot of use cases like World of Warcraft Classic, even Cataclysm, you could throw it at this thing and it'd probably do all right. If you're fine with playing at like 50 frames per second and like medium or high, but not ultra graphics, right? And you're like 50 frames per second, 60 frames, 40 on a dip. It's like, it's a viable machine. So if you were, say, making a area with a lot of different graphics cards, right? You're like you have a group of people, you have like a bunch of kids in a school, and every kid kind of needs their own computer. Well, you could buy like one $2,000 graphics card, or you could buy like 13, 14 of these things. And then everybody can play at like medium settings a moderately new game within the last like couple years, and like all these other indie games and stuff like that. It'd basically be like having what I have right now, more or less. I have a AMD Vega 56, and like the top end of the Arc series is kind of like similar. Maybe a little bit better. So, and so is this thing. So I don't know. I think that it has more of a value proposition ultimately than people are ascribing to it. And a lot of people are thinking about NVIDIA in terms of like AI compute hours, right? And if that's your approach, then you're talking about like price per compute, price per unit, and then Intel Arc starts to look pretty good, right? As long as the second edition does well and improves in performance and maintains low pricing. So yeah, they are kind of staged at a point where they have to like move aggressively as Intel.
Intel has officially for the first time, and we're finally able to start getting a picture for the changes.
But then I probably would just buy an NVIDIA GPU, next GPU I buy, because why wouldn't you just pick the one that, unless AMD has a really good economical model. Like they claim that if you have a CPU and a GPU as your AMD, then you get some sort of benefit, but I'm not sure I trust that.
And also, it's 2 box intersections per unit. Now, Intel was already
A lot of this stuff
pretty
is difficult
competitively in ray tracing.
to truly
So
measure.
in some scenarios, it was almost embarrassing AMD. Still not
Like I don't know what my RAM timings are, and like, well, I do, I guess, know what my RAM timings are if I check. I don't know them off the top of my head. They're not great RAM timings. I have quite a lot of it. It's all DDR4, no DDR5. And some, like, two of them are Patriot RAM, which is like, you know, I should tell you, Patriot RAM, and then two of it is Viper, which is also Patriot. Patriot Viper is its own brand. So they're like the same as I could get, but whenever I went to buy two additional for my existing, there was none of the same. And at the time, I really was using that much RAM on my computer on a regular basis. I was throttling, using virtual machines to run hotkey scripts for social media scraping type stuff. And yeah, that got me a little bit of crypto, which I didn't really end up doing anything with. But at the time, it was worth, like, equivalent to what I was spending on the RAM upgrade and the CPU upgrade to do that. Anyways, that is life. Like, you have the capacity to approach any technical problem, but training on any particular set of problems is kind of silly unless you have a reason to. So, you know, that's where people draw professions. But we're now at a point where a reasonably intelligent person that studies to a certain point using the internet has a broad scope awareness of most, you know, it's like if you graduated college and you know, like, you can solve most problems. I mean, like, it's a matter of having the money and the context, it's being in the place. And it's the group of people that you're talking to. I still have, like, my chemistry notebook as well. Has all the problems and the coursework that I did, like the equations I did balance.
And they would protect you. We shouldn't have.
I just see it as largely a solved field that's not that interesting, because I find people more interesting. A lot of this is more like technical and interesting on it as it becomes relevant. Oh no. Right now, it's difficult. My interest in chemistry only extends so far. I don't ever really want to be a chemist and spend my time in a lab coat with a bunch of beakers, like, mixing things. It's just not what I'm about. I would rather have a good group of people that make changes to code bases that are reasonable with their capacity to communicate, and the code base is, like, well organized and there's plenty of money. You know what I mean? And, like, there's stuff that actually reasonably needs to be done. There's a lot of chore-ish type stuff. Like, even being, like, asked to do, like, SQL query type stuff, it's not the most glamorous work, but it's not that bad. It just depends on the group and the context of everything, you know. And it's actually really difficult to navigate that, because most people, they don't even, like, care. Like, I don't know. They're all sorts of money scam pyramid type groups out there. It gets to the point where you think that's all there is. People scamming money. imitating what they supposed to be rather than actually being the things they are. When I was doing when I was doing the training thing, it was a pretty good communication, like, you know, a pretty good availability and a back and forth and a group dynamic in how things were approached. But then it kind of vanished. It's difficult to replicate that. And I would say that those people in the group were not necessarily like the best group that I could be a part of, but at least it was a group, and it was like somewhat recognizable as something that should be similar to how one should organize a group, right? So it was a good experience in that training course ultimately. More of that would be cool, like, but also it's very difficult to navigate, and, you know, doing training for training's sake whenever you have tons of money and you're like, I wouldn't stop working because I get money, as a lot of people do, you know. That's what's so difficult. I don't know how to work without having that baseline of I need to go do something completely physical. I'm not about to sit down and do chemistry right now, you know. About to get up and go stretch. We've been 2 hour 32 minutes on this stream. We had one view that lasted maybe like 20 seconds. You can see here, views 1. I immediately stopped and addressed them directly, and nobody really said anything, so.
Have to do this, but we do, and it's good to see.
Another U.S. state repeals law that protected ISPs from municipal competition.
Minnesota.
Woo!
Like, I can install, you know, I don't know. I could do most whatever it is that really needs to be done. It's just a matter of communication and finding the right place.
So something tells me
I can run my own native LLM and like use the like llama training data, whatever they have out there. I was looking at that. It's really not too difficult to do at all. I just don't really have a purpose. Like, what am I going to run it on? What am I actually going to do? I need to go organize my drives and some other things like this. Right. Yep. No dip. That's what I'm talking about. They like not just disabled, but like literally anything. It doesn't matter what it is. They're profiling everybody. That's the point. Like they would profile anything. Doesn't matter what it is. There's no lines. They would like stalk a disabled person and try to like sell them. So, like, you know, adverts of like manipulative things. Imagine trying to manipulate a disabled person. It's like I can walk again, although I can't. You should buy it. It's like you could walk again. Just believe it. Charge miles. Don't they already do that in the form of gasoline? What a fucking joke.
Because EV drivers don't pay gasoline tax. And it turns out there's a massive shortfall in road taxes because of all the EVs. Now, of course, you don't have to think too hard about how this is going to be bad, because the biggest question is, how do I know how much you drove?
Oh, we just have that built right into cars from 2025 onward. Yeah.
And right now, only the car company and the insurance companies and whoever they sell it to has access. But something tells me that Gavin Newsom...
The government can just buy it, right? Because that's totally legal.
That is true, yeah. I guess we're not going to stop them.
They don't even need to do anything special there. It's just buy it.
Now, they did cover that. They said that you could, of course, install an app on your new car.
No, thank
Everybody
you.
wants that. Or you could, in the worst possible case, take a picture of it, which I could see people easily circumventing.
Yeah, that's trivial. What would?
I would just keep taking pictures every day and choose how much you wanted to drive that month.
Yeah.
And then send that in. I just don't drive anymore. I don't know. They wouldn't believe mine because I drive so little.
Yeah, it's like, well, time for my weekly town trip.
And Colorado should be celebrated because they've been at the forefront of this. And we already knew about this. There's not a lot of new details, but today's the day, or not today, but it was May 28th was the day when it finally happened.
Governor Polis signs bill mandating that consumers have more options to fix electronics.
He specifically mentioned the hardware pairing,
right?
That whole thing. There was one line in here that worried me, which was that Google had worked tirelessly with the lawmakers here to draft parts of the law, which
you mean
probably
the
didn't
Google
help.
that shelves projects left, right, and center?
And is decidedly not into this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Although if it hurts Apple,
I'll cut off my nose to spite my face if it means hurting Apple.
yeah, UK is not in the European Union anymore, so it's not covered by that. But they have one that's eerily similar, but it's not. That's not for they're not copying it.
That's totally different.
They just came up. It's just parallel thinking is what's happening here.
UK law will let regulators find big tech without court approval.
Sounds a little terrifying.
We got to get those funds as fast as possible, and court slows it down.
That worried me a bit because anytime it's like unelected bureaucrats just grabbing money, like I don't know, but they do have a nice carve out, and I think the DMA has it as well, where it's only for these major companies that they designate. You have to have like 100 million in global sales or something like that, which that helps. Hopefully, there might be loopholes, but hopefully that keeps the big companies from using that as like regulatory capture. And eliminate competition. And over in the UK, they've had a couple of scandals. One we'll talk about in the nonsense section, but there's also this one, and this 7 years. I mean, look at the back.
Here, let's go.
This is this is the topic that is close to your heart now. New York is saying basic phones only, and this one sounds like it's saying none at all.
UK MPs Full Metal Panic.
Full Metal Panic.
What does it say?
That's the episode title. Full Metal Panic.
I can't read it from this distance.
Moral Panic.
Moral Panic. That's too scary. It's too far away. Tech Nerd's headlines are too small.
Okay. Decide to ignore the research. Push for dangerous ban on phones for kids. So they're saying under 16 years of age, no phones for children at all.
Wow. Not even at home. That's interesting. Do they have access to like PCs or tablets or other educational digital material?
I think it's maybe just phones. I mean, you couldn't stop them from using computers, right? That's way too far. I mean, this is too far. The government shouldn't be making this decision, but it's interesting. Now, they point out there's a lot of industry groups and NGOs that get quoted in here, and it's very difficult for me to determine, like, is there a lot of corporate influence happening here? Because they don't want those sales to go away.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it does kind of feel like phones maybe are bad for kids.
Down south gets to do that. Why can't we?
They're doing it to us anyway. Yeah, so they're saying they want to be able to order any telecommunication company to install a backdoor.
God, it's just like so fucking stupid. What an awful country. Just every single thing you hear is just like dumb spying bullshit. It's like what the fuck is the point? So that you can deprive people of the capacity to live while giving other people the capacity to live.
Sector.
So you try to be on the side of having the capacity to live. That's it. Such a stupid fucking system, dude. I'm just trying to play games and, program and exercise and hang out and watch the news and stuff. It's like, it's impossible. Why? This is stupid. What a fucking awful country. Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
What was the crime? Social media post.
For other people, but not for you.
Security law.
What was the crime? Social media post.
Yeah.
Social media post, and that was just one woman. But the other, was it five other people were just helping her. Boy, that's
what a stupid fucking country, dude. Everything about the United States is a horrible place. It's just as bad here, really. Look at this. Hackers claim Ticketmaster data breach. You really think that nobody would want to approach this stream and say something to me? Pretty sure that there are lots of people that would like to interact with me. It's not that what I'm saying or doing is not interesting. It's just that there's really nobody that has access to this information. See, I'm nothing like this guy at all. But this dude still has like a view or two. He gets recommended. It has like 40 view, 2.8. 87K Lamau. Fantasy Star Online. And people say stupid shit too. You hear somebody say like, don't compare your chapter 1 to somebody else's chapter, blah, 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 and stuff like this. But it's like, you're fucking dumb. Like, yes, you do. Like, also, yeah, there's really no comparison between me and that guy at all. You know what I mean? He's never going to have these kind of topics at hand. He's going to be playing PS0 titles. We're playing PlayStation original titles. And nothing else. I was playing the most recent edition of World of Warcraft, playing every class. And Final Fantasy VII. Ask me. Capacity to speak to somebody. Imagine if you, like, tried to talk to people this much. Like, you just made yourself available. And you did not get a fucking acknowledgement the entire time. You'd be pissed off. You'd be right pissed off. Because you know for sure that you're basically non-existent. Like, you do not exist. And as far as the website is concerned that you're on, Fine Bros tier. Yeah, how to basic is S tier. That's for sure. And all the rest, I don't really know. The F tier is so much it was like going off of the. Yo, what's up, Riku? Riku said nothing. Froki was. I would be too if my. Also, these bills like avoid the camera. It's weird to explain. Yeah, but he's super unhappy. See how it's like twisting there? Yeah, this is like the most unhappy $100 bill face. Let's see if we get it on camera. Yeah, see, look at how he's like miserable. He's like very upset. This is what we should have. You know, my mind was completely on board with all of this cryptocurrency back whenever it was 2009, you know, like really like 2000 going into 2010, 11. I was there as it was a thing before. It was so like, oh, obviously we're going to have these weird networks of you know, I was early and I should be rewarded for that, even if nobody else gives a fuck that that's the case. You know, that's what having, you know, it's mine to be waged, this battle. I had cryptocurrency that I mined stolen from me, and you know, exchanges do not sanctioned things, you know, unsanctioned things. That's just the kind of world that this is, and I'm trying to get into the world of the real. It's like I didn't do anything wrong, and really, if you think about the way I approached it, which was mine it yourself, I learned everything there really is to know about it. At the time, I did kind of take a step away from it because it was very expensive for electricity, and the tokens weren't worth very much. And they all seemed to be Ponzi scams. I didn't want to perpetuate them. And yeah. Shadow Wizard Money Gang. It's like I want to have proper assets, not like junk that is a Ponzi scam. I don't like Ethereum and how Ethereum Classic split. They had like a huge hack and it was all like ICO'd and then it was instant mined. And they try to go to proof of stake or whatever, which is, it's all like in group. And then who the hell is Vitalik? I mean, like, I just don't feel anything about that dude. He seems kind of, you know. Dude is yeah. So I don't know. And you can't really trust BTC and all this other shit the way they're doing it. People want you to think that it's good, but you know that it's really not. It's like if you were a kid and then somebody made a game and they like issued their own currency and then they said, all right, now I win. I you know, now I own all the currency forever. Oh, I just like I own all the currency forever now. Imagine that. I do like it though. I do dislike it though at the same time. Imagine if yeah, like I said, that's what Bitcoin is like. That's what cryptocurrencies are like. Some kid on the playground comes up to you and is like, I made a currency and it's totally fair. I have all of them and you can have some too. How much money do you have? Of like not my money, but the other money. This one's better though. But like how much do you have of the other one? Because maybe we could trade some. Legend of Zelda though. There's nothing else in here. Someone went right last time. The grappling hooks. It's kind of what we're spending like 10 or 15 minutes on. Kind of like a flash game would be back in the It's like, dude. Oh my fucking god, man. they don't have diversity, equity, and inclusion of people that play League of Legends and World of Warcraft. I haven't played League of Legends really for a long time. I go play some ARAM. That would be pretty fun. I want to have an ARAM account. All random, all mid. Instead of playing a long fight that takes forever for people to actually like fight. Everybody's constantly in one huge 10-person fight mid. There's only one lane instead of 3 and no jungle. So it's just team fights. We get relatively good at a couple different things. A couple different characters. What the fuck to do? I do kind of want to go walk on a treadmill a bit, but that place is awful. It's not even worth the money I spent. $10 a month. The world's worst gym chain. A bunch of people started protesting Planet Fitness recently because of something. I don't remember what it was. I just hate how bad they are as a gym chain. They close at 7 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday and 10 p.m. on Friday. That does not sit right with me whatsoever.
It doesn't go down instantly. It rises and so on and so forth. So currently they're hearing the noise from the rupee countdown going down.
Wait, it reduces rupees when you wear the avatar?
No. It costs 5,000. So I had 5,000, right? But it goes down like 1 rupee very slowly. So I'm hearing like I'm at 2,000.
Oh, damn.
Majora's Mask, I think, is objectively a little bit worse. Breath of the Wild. I just don't really like the Nintendo Switch. Twilight Princess. I think it's an A tier. It's not really an S tier. Few things. To me, I don't really like private jets that much. I mean, I guess I get it. They're very expensive, a little bit lavish. I would rather just drive or boat. Okay, anything else? San Francisco. Do birds, cause good. A or B. Almost human-like intelligence in sound mimicry and appreciation of sounds. They have personalities like these birds in particular, like these two. And these are just like naturally, they're not so maybe like human. You can't humanize them as much. You can't anthropomorphize these birds in the way that you can maybe this one whenever it's like swearing at you and dancing to music or something. But they're still just cool natural birds. Like the default two birds would be blue jay and cardinal. Yeah. get whiplash. It's like a good way to get concussions and things like this. See so many bad stories. I don't know how I feel about it.
Hello?
Yeah, I didn't mean you.
Mister?
I meant in
Hold
my
on,
stream.
Hold on.
This is the funniest fucking avatar. This I think. Is the one you chose? Making fun of my posture. Okay. Mike Tyson. I broke my back. My injury is spinal. Alright, well, I'm gonna jump off. Yeah, alright. Yeah, like, one of the Paul Rushers, whichever one it is gonna impress the world by beating up an old man who broke his back 30 years ago. 40 years ago. Awesome. Gotta beat up the greatest to become the greatest. No matter how old they are. Deck Mike Tyson in his geriatric unit.
Been Melania Trump. She has not released. She'll got it. Okay, my mistake. Or he might say, well, just being on the jury.
It's like Garfield minus Garfield.
And the one that paid for my American house. American came over. She said, "Would you like to go to a Thanksgiving dinner here in London?" And I said,
Right,
"Great,
because you'll
cool, play toothpicks, Mississippi, lovely people." And we had nothing to say.
You can grow new brain cells. Here's how. First, you get the bovine growth serum, or whatever it is. The baby cow juice. Bovine fetal cell serum. Secondly, much put it around the cell you want to emulate. So you get some brain cells. And voila! Do some science stuff. That's how you grow new brain cells. And what do you think it means? This is what I'm talking about Ohio. I don't know, bro.
This morning, we are following new breaking developments out of North Homestead.
Doing who was also rushed to the same parking lot Monday after Alice was taken in roughly 1 year ago. Now North Homestead's mayor, Nicole Daly Jones, also weighed in.
Pull back a little bit. Think about what people back.
This news is funded by viewers like you.
Yeah, forget India, bro. Like, India needs to work on itself. Like, send all of them back to India. that's my motto, JK. No, Indian people are cool. I say that, like, I had a friend, like, I don't know, I had friends who were Indian. It's like I would feel comfortable joking with them like that. Growing up. It would be like, I'm not serious, but also, like, kind of. It's like more or less like I subscribe to the notion that these countries where people want to emigrate from, the people that leave those places and go somewhere else are responsible for making the previous place like good quality. You know, it's like you kind of have to take care of home in essence, and we don't, like, everybody can't be an immigrant forever. Eventually it like wears out, even if, like, obviously it's going to continue. Like H-1B1 visas and all this. It's just like, I don't know. Me and Amish, like, I knew this one guy, we played cards together. I drove him and his high school group when I was in college to a regional for Yu-Gi-Oh! Like their senior year. They were just like local to the area around my college. And yeah, I played in that tournament. That would be the last regional I played in. And then I played in like maybe like 2 more locals and then like not again. And I played in that Magic tournament last year in Clearwater, of all places. I think it was. And I met some really crazy folks there. Everybody went to a different tournament that was in the area. I played in the other tournament. I don't remember where. It was somewhere in Florida. And then I went to the other one, and then there weren't people there because there was a bigger tournament that people had driven to instead of going to the local. And then I just didn't really go to another because I was kind of disillusioned with it anyways. Shrines are great, but they're really not tournament competitive at like a higher level, I think, because the strategy is too linear. It's too easily counterable. One of the big things you're missing too is if you had like the shrine, whatever the alchemy card or whatever the ones are that are specific to Magic Arena. Unless you look at the top so many cards of your deck and then pick a shrine or pick an enchantment or a basic land. That's how it works, an enchantment or a land. So you get a shrine or land, and that is huge. And they can also tap it for 1 mana of any color. Um, so one any color, one green. That's a huge card for a shrine deck, and you just don't have that. There are other cards similar, but not quite. The +1 and the mana is hard to replicate as far as I've seen. And you reduce the cost of the card by 1. So if you do get a shrine, you reduce the cost of it by 1. Anyways, yeah, playing in the tournament would be cool. I do that Indian guy, like whatever. I knew Bangladeshis. I knew 3 different Bangladeshis. 2 of them were brothers. The other one didn't know the other 2 either. So like and then 2 Indians in my high school that one of them I kind of like sat next to in one of my language classes. I think we had Spanish at the same time. So, and yeah, we would joke around. It's been a long time since that. And yeah, like, I don't know. There's nothing wrong with being Indian or whatever, but at the same time, you can't deny that there's just like a ton of Indian people in the United States now. And like, it's kind of obnoxious. The United States is losing a lot of its appeal, but it's one of those things that you don't really find out until you're in it. It loses its appeal whenever it becomes just a bunch of people living in apartments that are like, I don't know, kind of directionless. You just get. I met an Indian guy at a gas station once that was complaining about like business in the area. You know, like trying to like sell gas in a place where there's like nobody around that, you know, kind of almost like an appeal to like use that place to refuel more or something like that. You know what I mean? It's like, or like, yeah, buy more stuff from. I was like, understandable. Yeah, it's kind of like you would think that you'd get more operating a business in America or something like that, but it's not that big a deal. There are a lot of outposts with a lot of gas stations, and you're kind of not getting that great of a deal. It's like you have this huge taxed replay. Yeah, you know, you finally get into the country. They approve your visa. They approve your like business plan. You spend your saved money. You purchase a business, and then like you get in the industry. You sign all the documents. You know, they're sending refueling trucks and stuff, and it's like you're getting like, you know, cents, like a couple of cents every time like somebody refuels. You know, you're getting like a quarter. You sell like a drink, you might get like a quarter or 50 cents or something like that. Maybe like part of like a chain grocery, like a chain, not grocery, probably a grocery. You probably have like a chain grocery fee, you know, for people to restock stuff and like refueling as well. You're just kind of like a broker. You leverage yourself in to like buy this position, and you still owe a ton of money. It's like you got the ticket into the country, and now like you're chained to this obligation. And it's funny because the Bangladeshis I knew, the first 2, the brothers, they were operating a motel. Their family operated a motel, right? And they like played Call of Duty and stuff like that. And yeah, the other Bangladeshi, he was kind of like a nerd, and his parents, I think like his dad was a doctor, maybe, I don't really know. And then the, yeah, I don't know what else. What was I gonna say? Yeah, that's about it. But they were overall kind of bizarre in a lot of their ways. It was kind of fun to be around them, but also like it's wild. One of them got pulled over for speeding like crazy, going like 80 miles per hour, like tearing out of school. You know what I mean? Like no regard for any kind of conception of the concept of speeding, you know. Almost impossible to imagine. And yeah, it's about that. India. There's that one Telegram India hate. And, you know, I hate to be a hater, but also at the same time, like, yeah, it's a lot of, there's like a billion people and there's a lot of weird behavior. And you're not going to see it unless you look in these kind of channels like that. And they even do their best to hide them. Like that one got banned out of Google. You can see it in Telegram, like it's not banned in Telegram. They literally edit the Telegram app inside of Google to not display that channel if you download it from Google. It's crazy that you would even like have that as a thing. And yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like making fun of this, you know. It's understandable that there is a lot of stuff to be made fun of. I've never authored any of that stuff, but yeah, you look at it, a lot of it makes you think. And there's a handful of really crazy people out there that do Hindi stuff. They like to like pierce their bodies in weird ways and, you know, kind of like a carnival trick or something, you know. They intentionally try to be shocking. I don't know. If people want more like clean Ganges, clean water, and they care more about the living standard in those kind of ways than anything else. They just don't even know that that's what they care about. Like, I've never been to India. I saw Carl Pilkington's trip. Uh, and Bald and Bankrupt's travels and other people's travels as well. Well, some of these nicer areas of India and like legitimately nicer areas of India. There's tons of Indian YouTubers, you know. There's no shortage. I've seen Bollywood films. Like not a ton, but like I've seen like the trailers and like clips, you know, maybe like bits and pieces of that kind of stuff. Like they got Carl Pilkington to do a Bollywood film, didn't they? Like in this thing. So many people, right? Yeah. All you have to do is just go to the border and like the last however long and be like, I don't know, like there's so much stereotyping of like you just make up some plot of like people are trying to get you, like, oh yeah, I knew some cartel members and like You just like invent something and try to get into the United States. There's probably tons of people that have done that, right? Tightening the restrictions on whatever. Where's the on how they frame it? Tightening asylum limits at the US Mexico border.
Resizable bar is an optional PCI Express interface technology. Using resizable bar, assets can instead be requested as needed and sent in full, so the CPU can efficiently access the entire frame buffer. With that, let's look at why you might want to avoid an ARC card if you have an older PC. In other words, a system without resizable bar support. Now the i5 machine I have does support rebar, but I've purposely disabled it for this test so that we have a fair comparison against the card with rebar enabled and another entry-level GPU, the GTX 1630. Now when it comes to Cyberpunk 2077, well, this is reduced to a bit of a stuttery mess with rebar disabled, averaging just 38 FPS with a 1% low of 25 and a 0.1% low of 14, especially in those more demanding in-game zones. The 41 and 39 that we saw previously. Red Dead Redemption.
See, I wouldn't really put these kind of machines up to these games, though.
Looks great
for the most part.
The ultra settings and everything.
This is all right, I suppose. Like, yeah, I would really seek to get like a much better graphics card than this. I don't know that this is the top end of the ARC's graphics cards. But also imagine this as a first offering and imagine that it gets a lot better in the next generation, but like they retain the low cost. Yeah, all of a sudden you could be seeing like double the performance of this. These would be good for certain things, but not for others. Like I would play like maybe like Master Duel on this computer, like Magic Arena, play music, you know, run Wallpaper Engine. Right. It'd probably be like perfect for that. You want to play League of Legends? Like this probably does that really well. Like that's kind of a low demand game where you get a lot out of the GPU. If you want to play like World of Warcraft Classic, but not Dragonflight, probably pretty good.
With
but yeah, if you try to play games like this, like I don't know, Starfield, Cyberpunk, those are meant to be played by those bigger GPUs. And this is like the lowest one, I think. This is the lowest offering they have. So I think considering that, it's pretty good. This is designed to be like, okay, now you have a computer. It's very low budget. You know, it's designed for particular tasks. Because in the future, I imagine myself having 5 or 6 or 7 or more workstations, right? Physical places that I walk around in my homestead. And then I probably want different computers at those places, different rooms, different areas to be in physically. Or I would have some sort of networking solution so that I'm using the same computer in every room, right? And in that occasion, I could envision a machine like this. You know, you put this in the garage or in the kitchen or in wherever else, and it's designed to be a really good budget, like $100, $200, $300 computer that just plays music and maybe 2 or 3 games. So that's where I see this graphics card fitting. If you buy it as like your main graphics card and you're trying to play like new games, yeah, it's not for that. This is for if you want to throw Wallpaper Engine, Master Duel, a couple little things like that. Small machine that costs not that much money. Was it the Intel Arc search? It's not even in one of these windows. In 3 months. I saw this when it came
NVIDIA
out.
has
I'm
shown
pretty
that
sure.
these days, it's settings, then we typically.
I don't really know that Cyberpunk is probably the best thing to throw at something to test it, because it's one of those games, but yeah, I wouldn't expect. Tell me how it performs in League of Legends. You know, that's really what I'm expecting out of this GPU. You know what I mean? Like, there's a certain class of gaming where it will like excel. You want to do like emulators and things like that. The Arc, like, see, Resident Evil 4, that's pretty good. Like 60 FPS. You're talking about a budget GPU, extremely budget GPU from a competitor that's seeking to fill a different market. Resident Evil 4 is moderately demanding. Resident Evil Siege as well. That's Resident Evil Siege. Rainbow Six Siege. It's pretty good. 14. Not very good. Not very good at all, honestly. Like the average, I guess, is pretty. It's pretty decent. Of course, the sparkle. I don't think the sparkles are. I don't know what's up with that. That's what I'm talking. Like those things would be something else. I don't even know where a Vega 56 would fit in here. Probably. I'm getting unusually good performance on mine. For it to even be doing as well as it is.
Running with these settings that you can do revision as well. Some of these games are shared sporadic performance and frame time. Other paths has one modes will disproportionately benefit NVIDIA performance. Well, in Cyberpunk, RX 4060 leads the A770 by 14.6% here, with
Cool. That's about all I have to say. We talked a little bit about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and how it doesn't really mean what a lot of people think it means. And we watched the weird Workday conference. Biden is going to speak in a moment. I might AFK. And go get more water. Probably won't even speak whenever this timer is up. It'll probably be, who knows. Listen to what it is. I don't know why. See, imagine you buy one of these. How much are they? Like, where's this? AMD Radeon. That's like the price range is like $100, $200. I think that's a pretty decent GPU. Obviously, we want it like the next generation to be better. And if you go into it understanding what it is, which is like an additional computer, it's the kind of thing you put down that is not intending to run the top titles. Like there's a place to have multiple machines. There's no reason really not to. If you have a family, if you have like kids and stuff like that, you know, there's probably going to be in most people's consideration, like a main machine and then additional, less demanding machines, less powerful machines. So we talked about that. We looked a little bit at our VR chat live stream from last night. We said hello to our one viewer who disappeared. And they said nothing back. We had the one chat rate that appeared that did not actually appear on our chat box, and then it disappeared to 0 again, and then we put in a chat and the chat rate remained 0. So, you know, just normal behavior of things. That's how things always work. It's been a good stream, and soon we will hear Joseph Biden himself announce actions. He's got to get those Republican votes.
And video levels of cores would come in, which we'll get to shortly, and platforms that purely and 10% integer functions were up by an average of 38%, and floating point vectors up by 68% claimed on average, though Intel's graph has future architecture pieces. Now, you've got the information that really matters, though, for the core.
What I should do is log into a non-paid character. Subscription expired. It's like, yes, I know. Man, it's just a damn shame. Like, if I could get... No realms are currently available. They're down anyways. They're already up, though. It's 2 p.m. Now, I want to log in on my 20 and demonstrate that you can log in on up to level 20, but whatever. And that I'm not going to open my vaults. It's unfortunate. Because we're not. How to get viewers for your live stream. Fake them. But yeah, what I want is legitimate engagement, not fake views. I want money. And a little bit of legitimate engagement, not even necessarily much. Like, yeah, like, it's whatever, bro. We need money, though. Money is the thing we really need. There's like 1 trillion videos like this, 1 trillion channels like this. You could watch them every day, all day, and never run out of people trying to like explain to you how to do tutorial stuff like this, you know? I get it. Oh my god. We've done enough here. So where's Joe Biden at? Okay, then. Let's launch a different game. Really wish Max Payne would launch properly. It does not launch properly. Especially Infinite, I'm not playing a bit. It's a decent game. It's better than Diablo. Sonic Adventure 2 is very lolsy. Smite 2 came out. I remember adding that. I was having a bit of enjoyment with Sekiro, which has. So, alright. I got all those currency units, whatever they are. Upgrade those skills, breathe fire on people. See how to advance in the game. Final Fantasy 15, I could do some of the end game stuff. If I get a new GPU, same thing with 7, like I can't really play it on this machine, even though it's my main machine. I just cannot. Could only really play it on my laptop, which I don't really like playing on the laptop. I'm not a fan of laptops at all. I bought a nice laptop to try to use like with work and professionally, but I'm not really doing anything that like warrants travel and stuff like that, and having a better GPU on a desktop is more relevant. I just am much more a fan of the desktop environment vibe than laptops. I understand their purpose, but I'm gonna put that. We have a concurrent viewer. Dun dun dun. What's up? You are called out as an attendant of the stream. Let me see. Is there a way to see chat easily? Can we look at who's in the chat? We're trying to track you down. What's your name? Why are you here? Identify yourself. If I need to see some papers. Because we better roll this and spark up. JK. Not really. Don't smoke, but it would be a funny thing to say. Is there a way to see chat participants? Where's the concurrent viewer then? Or are you not listed? Are you a ninja? Are you a ghost? All right. Move that over there. And I guess we'll ignore that then. But yes, diversity, equity, inclusion is more or less garbage. The concept and the practical reality do not align. The ideal and the truth of the matter is separate. We're gonna open up Universe Sandbox. That's what we're gonna do. Legacy. I want to get the VR one, but I just don't really have money to be spending on all sorts of software like that. I would go on a huge spree and spend, hundreds of dollars, maybe thousands of dollars on software. If you're talking like $10, $20, $30, $50, $60 here and there for a couple hours of play, it adds up like $3,000 or $4,000 set aside for games. It'll last you like a year or two, and then you just kind of go crazy. That'll pretty much give you more than enough. There's a big industry with a lot of stuff out there to do. So scale it even more. This is an old version of this. There's not much to do in it. It's pretty decent for what it is. I took an astronomy class in college, and we used one of those softwares that's like professional grade that requires institutional access, such as a college, right? Or some sort of company, because otherwise you probably wouldn't pay to use it. And yeah. Ever since then, I kind of look at this and I see like a downgraded version of the software because it's similar in nature to this, but just like way better. Probably, I don't think it had like such a silly aim with like destruction of planets and stuff, but like simulating astronomical events, that's what you would actually use in a proper scientific setting, what I was using then versus this. And this is the old version of the software from quite some time ago. I'm trying to change the pace. Chart mode. Yes. I remember that menu from forever ago. Galaxy collision. Concurrent viewers still one. Still nobody here. Nobody in chat as far as we see. I guess it's myself now. Because I opened the stream. See myself. Alright, I don't really care to see anything else. I don't know where Joseph Biden is. You're never going to get very far in your career, Mr. Joseph, if you don't show up on time. A fucking awful country we live in where I can't believe it. Oh my god, man. Alright, well, I'm bored out of my mind. I'm tired of this, yeah. I need the upgraded version of the software. It's kind of lame buying the software and then like new versions release, and I don't know. It's like I bought it, but I didn't really buy it. You know what I mean? They released Universe Sandbox 2, and then they also released like Universe Sandbox VR. It's like I bought this thing, which is like, eh. And then in no way does it make economic sense to just like go buy the other two, because I would buy so many other things before that. And the United States is such an awful country that you can't afford to spend money on stuff like that. This is like I bought Metal Gear Solid 5 for like $2 off of a key site like 5 years after it came out, rather than being able to play it whenever it came out, because country fucking sucks. It's terrible. Shit costs way too much fucking money. Just like pay $60 for this game that you really don't even want to play. I played like what? I don't know, 100 minutes. So that worth $60 back when it wasn't to me. I was trying to get cryptocurrency ahead of the wave of people. When the game came out in 2016, around the time when they stole whenever Ethereum scammed everybody, the Ethereum Classic, on top of it already being a scam, I just can't believe they get a pass on that. Whole thing's dumb. I haven't played this in forever. It was pretty fun. It was alright. Pretty good fighting game. Skyrim is a really bad game, honestly. It's just really not good. It's like a huge meme game because you can use console commands to do anything. Install a ton of mods, but beyond the meme, it's pretty shallow. Final Fantasy VII is really great, and I wish that second version. I wish that the other one was already on PC, so I would go finish this one if it were, probably, and then play that. Maybe. If I had the time. I don't fucking have time. I don't have anything. This is such a stupid country. It's a horrible place to live, dude. It's like, I want to play all these games, but not now. And not here, really. I need to upgrade my computer first. Play Magica. I got that for the first time in a long time. It's an interesting game, but I don't really know too much about it. Second one too. Oh, Faceless NBA. Oh my gosh. What's up? Hello. 214. My bad. I now see that you have a message here. Faceless NBA. How are you doing there? This is the first time I have anybody in here. For the most part. I think I had one other person for maybe a minute. And I just launched this game, so I don't know if you're still here. It's probably going to be loud as hell. Joe Biden's going to speak in a minute. If you're still there, I'll see your future chats, or at least I should. 214. That's the window that's Magica. Okay. Let me see. So I think I would have lost my account then, because this is just.
Stay a while and listen, and I will tell you a story. A story of dungeons and dragons, of orcs and goblins, of ghouls and ghosts, of kings and quests, but most importantly, of wizards and vampires. Well, a story of wizards.
To actually but Republicans have left you no choice. Today, I'm announcing actions to bar migrants who cross our southern border unlawfully from receiving asylum. Migrants will be restricted from receiving asylum at our southern border unless they seek it after entering through an established lawful process. And those who seek to come to the United States legally, for example, by making an appointment and coming to a port of entry, asylum will still be available to them, still available. But if an individual chooses not to use our legal pathways, if they choose to come without permission and against the law, they'll be restricted from receiving asylum and staying in the United States. This action will help us to gain control of our border, restore order into the process. This ban will remain in place until the number of people trying to enter illegally is reduced to a level that our system can effectively manage. We'll carry out this order consistent with all our responsibilities under international law, every one of them. In addition to this action, we recently made important reforms in our asylum system, more efficient and more secure reforms. The goal is to deliver decisions on asylum as quickly as possible. The quicker decision means that a migrant is less likely to pay a criminal smuggler thousands of dollars to take him on a dangerous journey, knowing that if in fact they move in the wrong direction, they're returned around quickly. And 2 weeks ago, the Department of Justice...
Politics and games, yes. It is politics and games right now. It's a nothing show. It's me. It's politics and games and computers and I guess you could say like soccer and travel and international, like whatever. It's being alive. It is me personally here. Politics and games, yes, correct. Yeah, right now I was just kind of waiting around for Joseph the last little bit spiel, and I saw you here. So what's up? You noticed my channel. How did you come about to my channel, Mr. Faceless NBA? DEI equality is garbage. Yeah, DEI equality, equity, whatever else. Yeah, and it doesn't really bring real inclusion because you create these arbitrary metrics on which to include people or disclude people. It's just more clicky thinking. I prefer people who have high performance, high skill, high intelligence, you know, good manners and behaviors and productive aims at the least, if not truly being productive. They want to be in some manner or other. They want to at least like be decent people, but it's kind of rare. Live channel search is pretty rudimentary, so I've been going through some that might be interesting. Yeah, it is extraordinarily rudimentary. I would say the same thing. I think that they need to completely change everything. That without there being a discoverability for every stream, there basically can be no site. You go and you you click see all on the live streams, and it won't show you all of the live streams. I mean, what does that even tell you? The searching feature has been broken for quite some time. It won't let you search by month or date. You know, like it's very, it's like newest, oldest, or something very strange. Like or sort by most recent or highest views. I think that's the only two options you get. Something like that. A lot of the old features are gone. A lot of the old ways of assessing things, searching through things with more specificity is very difficult. And they don't spread channels authentically in general. It takes quite some time and it's very opaque what it actually means. So yes, it is really more about just me being here in general, and this is what I'm up to. I could be doing more in the way of programming or playing other games. I don't know. I could be on camera, but my GPU really does need an upgrade because doing this on 3 monitors with games running and also running a camera. Honestly, my motherboard, all the USB ports are used. It starts to become, that might be the problem. So, yeah, but yeah, I need some money to upgrade my stuff. Better channel and other things. Interesting approach to live channels because of their traffic quantity versus Twitch. Well, yeah, the thing about live streaming on YouTube is you get to store your videos indefinitely. And YouTube's algorithm, I think, prioritizes uploaders, right? But also not really. It still doesn't even. And yeah, the number of people that you get live streaming on Twitch is maybe more, but also not really. I don't know. I think that YouTube does get more people. Major YouTubers will get small gatherings on YouTube when they live stream, but most of it comes from viewing videos that they upload. And on Twitch, it is kind of its own genre. A lot of people view bot though, honestly. So part of the reason why I'm not getting any takeoff is because I'm not view botting. Then you would think that at the least these sites would look for channels that are active streamers and low engagement, but like verified identities. It's like I've done identity verification on this channel, you know. So, yeah, it's not like I'm like hiding. I'm not like anonymous here. You think that they would like kind of run through the groups and check on stuff like that eventually, right? Which I don't see so much of. we could go check out the live streaming section. These are my videos, as I said. Yeah, it's games and I suppose politics as well. Because I think everything is inherently political. But mostly my politics are, we need to remove barriers to access to capital and markets, and everybody wants to be healthy, and we should like produce healthier things, encourage healthier habits, encourage low cost education, high quality education. Most people should probably move to remote and hybrid models and have better, I don't know, physical localities. And I myself, I want to build a homestead, which I talk about all the time. I want to create a small farm sort of deal and have a soccer field of full size. I don't have any real footage on this channel. I have a very small amount on this other one of me doing like one kick, but I play soccer fairly regularly by myself, just practicing. So that's what I'm up to. I'm also a programmer of sorts and looking for jobs in generic companies so I can afford to buy that homestead. Also, if I did make any amount of money from being a content creator, it'd be great, but you can't expect that or live and die on that when you never have any money coming from it, right? And recently I've been playing World of Warcraft, so I had a subscription for 60 days. I barely played for the first 30 days, I'd say. Towards the end of the last week of the first 30 days, I started kind of saying maybe I'll make a push for this thing. And then the last 30 days, I pushed all classes to max level and geared them out in Dragonflight, the most recent version of the game. So you're a software dev. What sort of programming? So, like C# and JavaScript. I worked with like 2 companies and I did some training in that. Really any language. I don't care what I'm working on. I did some stuff with SQL. Like I don't really know. Like I've always considered myself somebody who's into technology and software and hardware development in general. So I don't really have a particular preference. It's more about wherever the money is, and then I'd follow that. You know, I know that's kind of an unsatisfying answer, but that's the truth. So I'm into all things software. Like I pay attention to Fireship, you know, so like every language, more or less, I would try to be adaptable to whatever is relevant in the project. It's kind of difficult with that too, because you also want to target a language or have a specific project to point to. I made like a GitHub website and put up a few small projects I had made. Like I made a video calling conferencing service. Like I coded it out. I used a tutorial, but I mean, like I wrote every single line of the code and I set up the services properly. I understood how it was structured, you know. So I think that's relatively significant. It's not much, but that's the kind of stuff I was showcasing on there. Small things like that. So that's my kind of experience in programming. And then obviously, you know, like dev tools and things like this. I think dev tool memes are some of the funniest ones out there right now, with especially with this AI prompting. A lot of these people, such as Internet Today, they've been joking about prompt response memes, but all you have to do is come in here and edit whatever you want. You know, and you can make it say anything. You could completely change the name. You know. Yeah, see, it's like whatever you want right here. A lot of people out there these days are doing that kind of stuff. So I don't know what kind of developer am I. I'm the kind of developer that would work on whatever would bring me money, that could study up on anything. Yeah, game companies too. It would be interesting, but I just feel like you always get not enough money working at those things. I'd rather work in management and stuff. Yeah, working in games companies right out of college does sound pretty good. I don't know. A lot of people say you don't actually want to work there though, because then you lose stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't really want to work with Microsoft Blizzard. Wouldn't that kind of kill the game aspect of it? You'd rather be like a player that gets sponsored than a developer. Might be a step too far because eventually, and then what other game? I don't know. Games companies, don't they? They're kind of not. Yeah, yeah. They expect you to be making like lots of assets, and I would rather be managing things and like have money and be. Yeah, you were at Ubisoft for 5 years. Ubisoft for 5 years would be a lot of time. Ubisoft. Yeah, they put out a lot of different things, so that could be a lot of different studios. Assassin's Creed. They have those South Park games. They have Rayman. They have Rainbow Six. And they have that sports game, whatever that one is. I think they have like a snowboarding game or something. And they also have those AAA shooter games that I don't really play much of. I don't know that I really even necessarily want to be in the business of programming. I would rather probably be in the business of doing things surrounding programming and technology, you know. I'm really more interested in the business of having money. You know, this is also just kind of like the only positions that people seem to really pay well for. Steep Riders Republic. Steep Riders Republic. So those are the name of the games. Let's see this. Right. Yes. Those are the game. Yeah, these are pretty cool. I liked SXX or SSX Tricky, yeah. And 1080p snowboarding on N64 and GameCube. 1080p snowboarding was a huge game. Yeah, I've never really been snowboarding or skiing. It would be cool to try that out in real life. And also these were fun. They were fun. Yeah. It's not a genre that you think about playing all the time. I don't think it is as popular as other things. It probably would perform better under this sort of blockbuster type environment where you see things and you pick based off of what is immediately available. Whereas people kind of go online and they download stuff. They don't think to download like the new skiing game, but if they saw it, like it is a pretty cool game. Let's see what you said over here in chat. They wanted the early 2000s games back. That's what users said. Yeah. It's really fun. I think that games that have responsive design like that are ultimately more fun than these complicated loot and they have complicated loot systems and they have complicated flashy spells and mechanics and like a huge universe. But you don't want all of that. You don't want it to be over assuming. You want something which is very unassuming. You just show up, you do some interesting physics in a platformer, and then that's the game. That's it. It doesn't ask anything more of you. Yeah, they are gone. Yeah, SSX Tricky and Tony's Hawks are gone. Yeah, I mean it is what it is. there'll always be those kind of games available, but the Blockbuster era itself, that would be the era that I would say is gone. For better or worse, I don't know. As long as you have tons of money, it's great. You just download whatever you want on Steam. You basically have no money considerations. You get your McMansion and you know, get your new graphics card shipped to you every year, you know. It's all fine and dandy. The new model is just as good as long as you have money. We still get games. We still have SSX tricky. It's still the SSX tricky as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. Still Tony Hawk's skater era. Yeah. It's just a little bit different and it's kind of difficult to access. I don't know how much people are expected to spend on games. Who are they making these games for? With how much they cost and like how much time you're supposed to play. What's the other one? Was one of these Riders Republic the biking one? The better version of Steve. Oh, they're both skiing though. One of them has biking though, right? As well. That's the difference. Yeah. I don't know. Money is what matters more than anything, though. Everyone wanted couch co-op back. It's a world of microtransaction and unfinished AAA titles now. Yeah. It's difficult to make games that are as pure of an art as they were back in the day because the conscientiousness surrounding money is much greater, right? If you compare somebody that would make like an NES or an SNES title and the environment which they were in versus how it is now, everybody knows exactly how much money is on the table and how much needs to be cleared, and they're looking at every person they hire and calculating the sum. There's no amount of just taking a risk and seeing what happens. Whereas back in the day, they just hired a bunch of people, said make the best product possible. Now they're doing all sorts of market analysis and things like this. And yeah, it kind of kills the magic in a lot of game studios, I think. It's a lot easier to put in microtransactions and stuff. It's just hope you get those whales. I think a lot of people think there are people out there that don't exist that will come and buy these things from them if they put them in, you know, and then it just ends up ruining their reputations. I would urgently, I would rush people to, I think live game services are fine. I kind of like cloud save on stuff like Kingdom Hearts or Final Fantasy. Like a lot of people are mad about live game services. I don't know. I'm also a streamer of these things now, so yeah, it doesn't really harm me too much. It is a bit annoying. I can understand maybe you get on a flight and you want to play a game or something. But yeah, meetings specifically addressing whales and games. I'm sure you have if you worked at a games company. Like, how could you not? Like, it is the most important thing. Sometimes there are people, you know, they just develop a bad habit. It's like some monkey gets holed up with a bunch of drugs and money or something, and they start playing a gotcha game. I don't know. That's the way I look at it. You see all kinds of strange individuals come across large amounts of cash. It's like, well, you know, this one dude spent 10 grand, you know, something like that. It's like that's more than you'll get from 1,000 users in a lot of cases. So that one person matters more than anything else. Just relative to that individual story, it makes sense to spend on the game. Maybe you have like an Emirati or something like that. You have like a Saudi royal, and it's like some random like 17-year-old, and like he's demoing your game, and it's like that one sale matters more than like selling like 10,000 copies, because random people will just like chain effect start playing the thing if they see, like, I don't know what it would be, but just stuff like that. There's all sorts of weird business considerations. Whaling. Yeah, you can't help it. You can't help but understand the business side of games development, saying that it needs to be included. And a lot of the arguments were that, like Asmongold popularized, as long as it doesn't, as long as it's cosmetic and it doesn't affect the game. But then also nobody really cares about that as a guiding post, and they do things that minorly affect the game. I think Call of Duty, I don't play Call of Duty, but I think you unlock like perks and guns quicker. I'm pretty sure in shooters it's a really big deal to pay money to get advancement. Yeah. 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 World of Warcraft is like that as well, which is what I've been playing, as I said. And they have a lot of people who sell runs, so you can just like buy a mythic run. You have one machine run like 40 different WoW accounts and sell the gold and the characters and sell the spot in the raid to get all the items that drop. And yeah, it just kind of ruins the game experience. It's supposed to be about you and a group of people that you have some sort of working relationship with, friendship, kind of. It's kind of like if you have a job and there's like an office environment, they're kind of like your coworkers or your guildies, your guild mates, like a teammate, not quite like friends in real life kind of thing. I don't know. Instead of having any of that sort of stuff, you just have people paying gold, people paying real life currency, and opening tons of accounts. There's still the merit of the individual playing the game on an individual level, but it's substantially harmed by all these things, like every other game and every other games industry niche. So yeah. This is my video, by the way. I drove across the country. Definitely a closed. This is the other channel, and I got these Blockbuster trading cards. I feel like they should be worth some amount of money. I think I found 2 or 3 packs on eBay, but they're not that common. I spent most all of my money from my previous place of work driving this distance and staying in hotels. Went to a couple LAN centers, played soccer at some cool places. Like Jekyll Isle has a really good soccer field, and so do a lot of others. That's the goal, is I want to work from home, various companies, various software projects, play soccer and code all day and do continuing education stuff, and not really think about money because I'm just wealthy enough to pay for stuff. So I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like you get like $1 million or $2 in the United States and then you're set, or otherwise everything is pretty miserable. I don't want to be getting what is a so-called high salary and having to like string along on debt and stuff like that. Like, I don't want to have to get a mortgage. I'd rather just buy a place. I don't have an office. I don't have a work right now. So I'm completely like unemployed, and sort of directionless, this is what I've been doing instead. Is you can see I've been streaming like 8 hours a day, a lot. And yeah, I was hoping that there would be at least some sort of nibble on me streaming, but you're pretty much the first one other than somebody from Reddit that came in for like 30 seconds. So yeah, I don't have a work from home option because I don't have a work option. I keep on putting in applications and more or less get ghosted. I don't know. It's difficult for me to find a placement. And everything changes so substantially based off where you'd be placed. Yeah. Maybe I'll look at some game studios then, though. How yeah, I'm talking to somebody I can't really infer a lot of information about. But just taking what you've given me. You could be a whole different host of type of people. And it is kind of a weird phenomenon just talking to somebody who's only a chat identity that could present themselves inaccurately. You'd have no way of knowing. Something to be used to. All right, yeah. It is like 3 o'clock. I don't know what you're doing today. Do you have anything going on? Because I'm mostly just sitting here being angsty about needing employment and YouTube in general and just the market and economy right now. Look, I was looking at Workday, DevCon.
Code. So I look at it real quick, like something a little later.
They're wearing these sparkly suits out here.
At the stretch, there's a ton of people that help.
Confidence by central.
A little more, come on.
And Workday, everybody that's applying to jobs that's caught in this struggle as I am. True, there's a big disconnect here and it isn't really verifiable. I don't understand what context and what you mean that, but yeah, there's a huge disconnect in a lot of different ways.
To all of our prompts.
Is it really viable to speak? I mean, it's viable to talk or whatever. It's just, it's strange. Yeah. It's not as text, one person speaking through text and one person speaking through voice works. There's just a limit to that communication and what it can actually like entail. You know, you've seen it. I've seen it from watching other streamers and stuff and talking in chat, but
Right now, you can log into your environment.
I don't know if that's what you even mean. But yeah, these people, Workday, the only thing that Workday needs to fix, if they're developers for Workday, I can't believe they're having a conference. The two things that everybody wants to be fixed that's caught in the job application loop is they should ask you only once for your identifying information as far as thanks, man, and have a good day, Mr. Faceless NBA. But yeah, they got to fix your needing to fill out your identifying information with your ethnicity and all of that other stuff every single time you submit an application somewhere. And every company should have one login, even if they have separate accounts with Workday themselves, the companies. Because I have like 15 different Workday accounts with 15 different companies, none of which have responded to me on my job applications in anything other than we've selected somebody else, automated email. And yeah, that's what people are more concerned about, having to put in your race every time you apply to a job. As well as the multiple login situation. And with this guy leaving, I'm also leaving as well. So that was the stream. What a revolution we had. A view. Can you imagine? Can you imagine it? Couldn't it have happened maybe like a month or two ago? Like, where were you? All right, guys. Peace.